We'll go by that.
Yeah, we'll go by that one.
You came in on that clock.
Yeah. All right, everybody, we've got a really long meeting tonight, so we're going to start up the meeting. This is the September 14th, 2023 Town of Fishkill Planning Board Meeting, and we'll call the meeting to order at 7 p.m. on the dot. Would you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, just a couple of quick reminders to silence your cell phones out of courtesy to others in the audience. We're all going to try to speak into the microphone so that the audience in the room and at home can hear us. Okay, we've got 6 voting members present and 1 alternate member also present. Alternate member Kevin O'Connell and regular member Jody Burko will not be able to attend the meeting tonight, so I'd like to appoint alternate member Vijay Kalambi to fill in tonight as a voting member. So we'll have 7 votes on each item, hopefully. So the first item is a public hearing. 14 Chorus Lane, special use permit and site development plan. At 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible, applicant seeks site development plan approval and special use permit approvals to utilize the existing single-family residence located at 14 Chorus Lane as a professional staff office by Hudson Highlands Fjord Trail, a registered charitable nonprofit organization, which is intended to be used as staff offices and a visitor center during the renovation of the existing Duchess Manor. And the parcel for this proposal is 5.63 acres located at 14 Chorus Lane in the R2A zoning district. Would someone like to make a motion to open this public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Felix moves it. Fred seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. If the applicant's representatives are here, would you like to come up and just give a very, very brief overview of the proposal before we invite the public to speak?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Helen Mauch. I'm a partner in the law firm of Mincer Mauch, representing the applicant, Hudson Highland Fjords Trail. With me is Amy Casala, who you know, she's the executive director of HHFT. We are here tonight for a public hearing on the application for a special use permit to use 14 Chorus Lane for offices and a visitor center while Duchess Manor, the adjoining property, goes through the process of design and modifications, which will come before your board later, hopefully later this year. But tonight it's a special use permit, no construction on the site, some striping of parking spaces, some landscaping, but that's really it. And the applicant is asking this board to approve the special use permit and site development plan.
Great.
I'll just clarify that we wouldn't be using it as a visitor center. That's for when we're in Duchess Manor. This is just staff offices.
Okay, so let me just see if there's anyone in the audience here tonight to speak to this matter. If there are, I'll read the rules of conduct for public hearings, but if not, I will. So there is somebody here to speak to it. All right, well, I'll read them very quickly, and then we'll invite you to come up. So speakers, please come to the podium and identify yourselves so that your name may be entered into the record. Speakers limited to 1 turn at the microphone. I don't think that'll be a problem. Limited to no more than 4 minutes, and we'll give you a warning when 1 minute is left. So I think I'll actually forego reading the rest of them. I think we're going to have a fairly focused public hearing tonight. And so if you would like to come up to the podium and identify yourself, we'll start right off.
You're going to bring that mic down.
Good, thanks.
Is that better?
Very good, thank you.
You have to talk a little louder because I'm deaf. But I'm representing, I live at 22 Chorus Lane
Okay.
or 322 Route 9D. I mean, the state hasn't quite decided what my address is anymore. The reason I'm here is my son, Evan, has requested I represent him because he had a question and he had to go to Florida to the house down there. He wanted to know if this special use application is approved, at the end of the special use permit, what does it revert back to residential, or will it become commercial property?
Well, we're not going to answer your question right now during the hearing, but we'll try to get you an answer at some point, and maybe after the public makes comments, we can have a response to that from the applicant. But so that's basically your question.
Basically, it is, because we're concerned with the fact that at the end of the special use and they're done and they go back to the manor for the open, for the trail and everything, what will happen with the house? Will the residential and non-residential turn into non-residential? And will it be open to development? Like, can somebody go in and develop the property? That's what we're concerned about. We've kept it in the family, we've kept it to keep it country. We don't want to have it overpopulated, basically. And that, as it is, and it isn't the trail, I mean, it's the hikers, they're all over the place as it is. So that's the only question that we really have.
So I can say one thing about this special use permit is that it will be very specific for the use for this proposed purpose. And so it does not
We understand that.
Yeah, it does not.
What happens at the end of it?
Yeah, at the end of it, it will still be for that specific purpose. It won't just open it up for other types of uses.
Okay, would it revert back to residential, like it was before?
It's going to stay residential. It will continue to be zoned as residential use.
Okay.
The special permit is simply giving the Hudson Highlands Fjord Trail, Inc. organization the ability to use the building as staff offices.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and we will continue the discussion after the public hearing later on in the agenda, so perhaps the applicant can address that a little bit further. Is there anyone else in the audience tonight who would like to speak to this matter?
I see anyone over there?
No hands.
Okay. All right, well, if there are no more members of the public wishing to speak, let me just ask our attorney if it would be appropriate to close the public hearing tonight.
Yes, it would.
Okay. All right, well, if the board agrees with closing the public hearing, would somebody like to make a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Anthony moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Felix seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. All right, so we have new submittals next on the agenda. The first one is the Star of Bethlehem Baptist Church, site development plan and special use permit. Applicant seeks site development plan and special use permit approvals to utilize the existing building at 37 Lamplight Street for a house of worship to assemble, congregate, and offer biblical studies. Workshop services shall take place weekly on Sunday mornings, occasional Bible study sessions during midweek, and there are no plans to alter or change the existing building footprint. The parcel is located at 37 Lamplight Street and consists of 2.1 acres in the restricted business RB zoning district. So this discussion tonight will be to refer the application to the town engineer, town planning board attorney, Chelsea Fire District, and Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development for review and comment. And the planning board will allow informal comments from the public, if there is anyone here to do so, after discussion of the application. And I'll mention that the applicant has submitted the required application fees and escrow deposit. So I'll ask the applicant team to come up and describe the application very briefly. And the board did get your application materials, so we have had a chance to look it over. Welcome, and thanks for coming tonight.
Good evening. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Barry Simmons. I am chairman of the trustee board at the Star of Bethlehem Baptist Church. We were originally in the town of Beacon, incorporated in 1900. We resided at 139 Main Street. If you're familiar with Beacon, it is the old Mechanics Bank building in the Bank Square area. We recently relocated to Hannah Lane, which is the old Talix Boundary property, and we're there on a temporary basis. We're seeking a special use permit for 37 Lamplight to operate as a house of worship. Our congregation is approximately 50 to 75 members. We meet on Sunday mornings, roughly between the hours of 10 and 12. We have no desire or intention to change the footprint of the building, rather than, maybe taking out, the bar area, which is located currently on the main floor. With me tonight is Reverend Daniel Blackburn, the spiritual leader of our church, and I will turn this over to him.
Thank you, and thank you. Barry pretty much gave it all to you. We won't be changing anything to the footprint of the building, just the interior, and really even in that, we're mostly just taking out the bar area, which we'll use for our worship space, and everything else will pretty much stay the same for that building. We like the building. We hate the condition that it's currently in, and with us, we will make sure that it is representative of Fishkill, that it will, be well maintained and not be continued blight on that area as it is now.
All right, any specific questions or comments from board members?
Is this a permanent change?
Yes.
As permanent as anything ever is?
Right. Yeah, I mean, it would.
I didn't know it was a temporary.
We would expect it to be long-term. We were on Main Street for 60 years, and we're moving because of parking on, Beacon is very busy, especially on the weekends, and so it became difficult for most of we have an older congregation, and so having to walk a block, 2 blocks for parking on a Sunday in the 90-degree sun or the 9-degree cold just didn't work well for us. So that's the reason why we decided to leave Main Street, and we believe that this building is the answer to our prayers.
And will you be purchasing or leasing the building?
We will be purchasing the building. We have approval from the Attorney General based on the condition of us getting approval from you all to purchase the building.
Other questions from board members at this point? Yeah, this will really be just to accept and refer the application, so we usually don't get into too large a discussion. I had a couple of observations. I did go out and visit the site a couple of weeks ago, and I did notice the site is pretty overgrown with weeds, and the parking areas have a lot of cracks in them with weeds growing through them. So the parking lot probably will need to be cleaned up and maybe repaired, possibly resealed, I don't know, but that's something you'll have to think about. And the lawns too, they've been, overgrowing, and there are a lot of weeds coming through, obviously, so that's probably like a good project for the congregation, maybe. Notice that the fence on the north side of the property adjacent to the parking lot has fallen over in a few locations, and so that fence does serve as screening from the adjacent apartment development, so that'll need to be addressed during the process. And also landscaping in many areas has become overgrown and will need to be cleaned up. In a few cases, I think some of the trees have died and might need to be replaced, so just so you're aware of those things. Yeah, go ahead.
We are aware of them. Those are things that are actually in our sale contract that the seller has to repair before we close on it. He's responsible to take care of all. We've been trying to stay on him, but it's quite difficult when it's not making him money for him to. He hasn't put anything into the building since he's had it, and it's a shame, and it's just a shame. It's a beautiful building.
Yep, and hopefully you can bring it back to its beauty.
That is our desire.
Good. Although this hasn't been referred yet to our consultants, any questions at this point from what you've heard so far?
I don't have any at this time.
All right. Let me just ask if there's anyone in the audience who would like to make informal comments regarding this proposal. If there is anybody, please raise your hands and we'll allow you to come up. But it does not look like there is anyone.
Nope,
So, at this point, I will then ask to see if there's a motion to accept the application for the proposed site development plan and special use permit for Star of Bethlehem Baptist Church, and to refer this application to the town engineer, town planning board attorney, Chelsea Fire District, and Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development.
Mr. Chair, I'll make that motion.
Fred makes that motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Felix seconds it. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 7-0. All right, very good. Thank you very much. The next application, the new submittal, is Walmart MFC pickup expansion, amendment to site development plan. The applicant seeks approval to amend the existing site development plan to construct a 7,234 square foot building expansion that will be used for on-lane pickup and delivery operations. The project will consist of the building expansion, associated parking, and stormwater connections from the expansion roof. The building expansion is on the east side of the building. 45 existing parking spaces on the facility's east side are proposed to be utilized. There's more information about the parking we'll get into later. No apparent or proposed increase in impervious coverage on the site. The parcel is located at 26 West Merritt Boulevard and consists of 17.88 acres overall in the PSC planned shopping center zoning district. So this will be to refer the application to the town engineer, town planning board attorney, Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development, and Rombout Fire District. And with this new submittal as well, we will allow informal comments from the public after discussion of the application, if there is anyone here to speak to it. So welcome. Please introduce yourself, and I'll just mention that we did receive the required application fees and escrow deposits on this application. So good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Board. Here today just kind of discuss the Walmart project. As some of you are probably aware, there was a project at this same facility last year with a much bigger expansion area. Walmart has decided internally that they wanted to go away from the much larger expansion. I think it was about 40,000 square feet. And now we're going to go with a 7,000 square foot expansion within the little small, there's an alcove on the east side of the facility where we'll just kind of close in the alcove to add the expansion area. As part of this project, with the last project, there was comments about a bus stop needed at this facility, so we'll still incorporate that bus stop as part of this project. And as far as the parking is concerned, 45 spaces will be dedicated to pickup operations, so solely for pickup customers to park there and have their groceries or any other items brought out to them while they're sitting in their vehicles. And overall, we'll have a reduction of 10 parking spaces because of the location of the expansion, taking out a few parking spaces in that small alcove area. That's really kind of the gist of the project. If there's any questions, I know this is more of the meeting just to accept it, but if there are any questions from the board at this time, I'm happy to answer anything.
One quick question. I was just wondering how many new employees, or if any new employees, this would include.
I do not know that answer. As far as I'm aware, there would be no increase in the number of employees that they're bringing into the facility. I can ask Walmart to verify that information and provide that to the board and to the town engineer upon the next submittal.
Okay. Any questions from other board members or comments?
No, I appreciate the project history, because I was looking at this thinking, I felt like we'd seen this like a dozen times before in different iterations, and I was just like.
We definitely went through multiple iterations with you guys. I think it started in 2021, and we got all the way to the very end. We got final approval from the board to do the bigger expansion, and then Walmart kind of pulled the plug on it right as we were getting ready to get the final approval from the board, so.
I appreciate the history.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So with this new proposal, you said the parking spaces will be reduced by 10?
10 parking spaces, and that's just, there's, I think, 6 striped parking areas. So if you look at the screen, there's 6 parking spaces right in the location where the building will be. So those spaces will be removed, and then we're having to put in a crosswalk for the associate for the pickup operations, and we'll have to stripe off 4 more spaces to allow those crosswalks and signage to be placed into that area.
I got a question about lights. Is there going to be any change of lights?
Light.
Any change of lighting?
So we will do a
From the
analysis of the lighting that's outside of the facility
Yes.
and make sure that there's adequate lighting for this operation. If I recall, maybe there was a comment about lighting on the last project, maybe about the height of the light poles that we were suggesting.
Yeah.
So we'll be sure to meet the township requirements for the height of the light poles, but we will run an analysis in this area to make sure that lighting is adequate for people that would be parking or walking in this area.
And also has a glare factor going on to Route 9.
Correct, yes. So all the same lighting requirements that we provided for the last project. I think there were certain colors of light that were needed, and the height of the light poles are the 2 things that are sticking out on my head from this project from last time. But we'll meet all of those same requirements.
Right, and the full shielding of the lighting so that it doesn't create glare off-site.
Correct, yes.
And the landscaping too? Will that change from the last one, because it's a little bit different use?
We were not proposing any landscaping since there was nothing that was being removed on site with this one. If there are specific landscape requirements that we need to meet with the addition of the building square footage, that will be added with any comments from the township engineer. But yes, we did provide some vegetation last time, but we were taking out some trees, so we did provide it last time.
Would there be any anticipated new signage in the parking lot to direct traffic to this new area?
Yes, there will be some new signage in the parking lot, just directional signage that points the customers to this area for parking purposes.
All right. Any questions from our attorney or engineer at this point?
Sir, it's pretty straightforward.
Okay. All right, let me check to see if there is anyone in the audience who would like to comment on this proposal. Please raise your hand if there is anyone. Doesn't look like it, so let's move on to a motion to accept the application for amendment to the site development plan for the proposed Walmart MFC pickup expansion at 26 West Merritt Boulevard, and to refer this application of the town engineer, town planning board attorney, Dutchess County Department of Planning and Development, and Rombat Fire District. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Felix moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 7-0. Okay, well, thank you for coming, and thanks for filling us in on the project.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a great evening, everyone.
Thanks, you too. All right, that brings us to project reviews, and we start off going back to 14 Chorus Lane. Board to review the submission made by the applicant's representative on August 30th, 2023, and there is a draft resolution of conditional final approval and to consider its adoption. So again, if you'd like to come up to the podium, I don't think we need any specific new information from you unless you have anything else you'd like to add from your recent submission. We do acknowledge that you did submit a landscaping plan for the screening, and so we can talk about that briefly, but I think first we'll ask Mr. Bodendorf to summarize CPL's memo dated September 12th, 2023. Going back
Sure.
in time.
We didn't have any additional engineering comments. The last time you guys were before us, there were some questions about whether an easement would be needed for the access to Lot 3 over Lot 1. And because I guess the response was, since you own both properties, you didn't think it was necessary. And so I'm deferring to our attorney to, it sounds appropriate to me, but I'm not a legal expert, so. And then the other one, they did submit documents showing that there was an easement on Lot 1 in favor of Lot 2, so I think that's a done issue.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I did note the landscape plan. Do you want to just briefly describe what the plan has in it? It's pretty basic.
Yes, so it's a mix of natives with evergreen and deciduous of mixed heights in the area between Harry Corris's house and 14 Corris. So we reviewed that with the property owners in terms of the extent and have provided them the planting plan and tree and shrub mix.
Good.
I mean, the names of it to be installed, yeah.
Okay. Good enough. Well, any comments or questions from board members? And then we can move on to discuss the draft resolution that we have in front of us.
No further comments.
I have one quick one. I saw you speaking to the lady. Did you have an answer for her? Could you give us that?
Sure. We just completed the answer. She was, just wanted to make sure, and I think the chair's response really principally answered that this isn't changing the base underlying zoning of the property, and that the special use permit is carried with us, and so the concern was we would subdivide and somebody else would be able to pick up a non-residential use on that parcel. So we talked that through, and I can follow up with them and make sure her son doesn't have any follow-up questions.
Just based on that, do you plan on, once you open up the big building going to be known as Dutchess Manor in the future?
We have not discussed it, yeah. I mean, everyone knows it is that. So.
All right, but the question is, once you open up Dutchess Manor, are you going to still plan on leaving this as a business office, or are you going to have somebody rent it out who might be part of the park commission or whatever it is?
Oh, we haven't discussed it.
Okay.
we're in baby steps mode.
All right. Any other questions?
No.
All right, well, our attorney, Mr. Cordisco, has drafted a resolution of conditional final approval. So, Dominic, would you like to quickly run through that?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is draft number 3. It's dated September 11th, and Debbie kindly forwarded it to everyone. And so I won't read it verbatim, but I do want to point out that on the first page, and in light of the public comment that was made, this is directly respondent to that. It's that the application itself is very specifically crafted. It's tied to what the proposal was, and this is a special use permit, and it's tied to what exactly it is that they're asking to do, which was to allow the use of the site for up to 10 employees during the restoration of the adjacent Duchess Manor property. And that's what it is. So there's no expansion of use that's available elsewhere. Any kind of change that would be contemplated in the future would require a return to this board at a minimum, and review at that time. So it's not something that can morph into a different use that's not contemplated by this particular application. So that said, as you all know, the resolution goes through the full history of the approval process, and it also makes certain findings in connection with the status of the application. There are a number of conditions that I would draw to your attention to. One would be addressing the outstanding engineering comments that you heard tonight. Then the next condition, it relates to outside agency approvals. It's my understanding that given the de minimis amount of work here, that there may not be any additional outstanding agency approvals. We've put this in almost every resolution just in case there is anything else that's required. But I think in this case, my understanding is that there is not going to be a need for Dutchess County Department of Behavioral and Community Health approval, and that there's not going to necessarily be a temporary construction entrance from the DOT. So my suggestion would be to eliminate sections 2A and 2B from the resolution.
And then you read letter C as A?
That's correct.
And then that also will fill in the date of the town engineer's memo, which is September 12th?
Yes. There's an inspection fee, given the fact that there is some site work that's going to occur. Mr. Bodendorf has recommended that that be a $500 inspection fee. There are the standard conditions regarding final plans revisions regarding the signature of the owner's consent note, and the approval block being added to the plans as well. There's the requirement that all fees are paid and the escrow deposits made and kept current. And then there's also conditions regarding the installation of the landscaping and the screening and any other lighting and architectural design and details that can only be what is shown on the plan. There's no details regarding signage. So condition number 11 relates to signage and the fact that if there is going to be signage, that they have to make an application relating to signage. And once again, tying back into the kind of the scope of the approval, there's a condition number 12 regarding limitation on amenities, accessory structures, and outdoor fixtures. This basically only allows construction of what's shown on the plan. And then lastly, there's a binding effect condition that makes it this binding not only on the applicant, but anyone that would succeed to their interest, although it's hard to think of a scenario where that might occur. This isn't a commercial enterprise. This is a quasi-public endeavor. And the rest of it is all fairly straightforward template that we've been developing with the board.
Thank you very much. Any questions on the resolution from board members?
Mr. Chairman, the only thing I would say on the fourth whereas on the second page, we should put in the date that we closed the public hearing.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was today, right?
Yep. Yes.
About 20 minutes ago.
Thanks for reminding me.
Put in the time.
All right, so we do have those several revisions to the resolution that we discussed, so is there a motion to approve and adopt the resolution of conditional final approval for the 14 Chorus Lane Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit as discussed and revised tonight, and authorize the chair to sign it?
So moved.
All right, Felix moves that. Is there a second?
Second.
No, I'm sorry, Fred. Oh, boy. I have a stereo hearing, and it was sort of going back and forth there. Fred seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 7-0.
Thank
So
you.
I think we're all set.
Thank you very much for your time.
Yes, yep, best wishes. All right, the next item on the agenda is Rombout Fire District Station 2 Site Development Plan. Board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on August 30th, 2023, which includes a request for a 6-month extension of the resolution of conditional final approval and a request for an amendment to the resolution of conditional final approval that the planning board adopted on September 8th, 2022. Welcome, Mr. Paggi. Good to see you again.
It's good to see you. Thank you. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Larry, do me a favor. I'm sorry to interrupt, could you do? Thank you.
Got it.
Yelled at.
Got it.
So, where would you like to start?
Well, it's our understanding that the planning board is willing to consider an amendment to the resolution that would allow 2 conditions of approval to be pushed from conditions of site plan approval to conditions of certificate of occupancy. By moving them in that manner, it will allow us to submit to the planning board for final site plan review and sign off, and hopefully secure site plan approval. We would be prepared to submit and pretty much immediately upon such resolution being adopted.
All right.
As you know, the 2 conditions are legal matters, and which would definitely have to be resolved prior to certificate of occupancy regardless. So, in our opinion, they're appropriate. They could be deemed appropriate for moving them, for shifting them.
All right. Well, let's start with saying that it does appear that the applicant has complied with the board's request on submission of documentation about the building permit that was issued by the town building department. Why don't we do this? Let's start with, well, unless there are questions or comments from board members, I'd suggest we go right to a motion to approve an additional 6-month extension of the resolution of conditional final site development plan approval for Rombout Fire District Station 2, which would go to April 8th, 2024. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
All right, Anthony moves it, Felix seconds it. Any further discussion on that? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that passes. So the other item you were talking about would involve amending the original resolution of conditional final site development plan approval to modify the timing requirement for fulfilling conditions 2 is the stormwater maintenance agreement, and 14, which is the Ocean State job lot easement, to be met prior to issuance of a certificate of occupancy rather than prior to signing of the site plan drawings by the planning board chair. as currently stated in the original resolution. So if the planning board has any questions on that, please ask them now, but otherwise, if there's a motion to approve that.
I'll make that motion.
Anthony moves it.
I'll second.
Felix seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so that passes. And so you'll have an extension of the resolution, and the resolution itself will be amended to include those new provisions.
So, John, would we be coming back to the October meeting then for the vote on that then?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, that's, I probably should have mentioned that if I
Okay,
didn't.
we forgot to authorize Dominic.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you're directing your consultants to prepare that resolution then at this point?
That's
Okay.
correct.
I do have an alternative for the board to consider.
Okay.
You know, I mean, the board just granted an extension of the approval, and that approval is now not set to expire until April of 2024. There are 2 legal documents here associated with that. That's essentially 6 months from now. It may be possible, I defer to you, obviously, but it may be possible to actually resolve those issues prior to the expiration of the existing approval resolution, and so that those conditions could just be satisfied, whether they're satisfied, you know, as part of this process that you're in right now, or as part of getting a CO. It would seem that 6 months might be enough time to...
Dominic, it may very well be, but I think the issue at hand is that to bring everything into compliance, to have a site plan, approved site plan, because a building permit's been issued. So we want to secure a site plan really as quickly as possible, site plan approval.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I didn't think about that aspect of it. I mean, I understand that things have gotten a little bit out of alignment, to say the least, but understood. So given that, I withdraw my suggestion, and we will prepare for next month's meeting a revised resolution.
Thank you for the suggestion, though.
It'll be fairly straight. It's going to look a lot like the prior resolution, but those particular conditions will be proposed to be satisfied prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy.
Okay.
Perfect.
Sounds good.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right.
All set?
Okay, I think we are all set for now.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Thanks.
Have a good evening.
You too.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Probably trying to rush a little too much, right? And,
Yeah, I can keep up with you now.
Yeah. All right, so we have Duchess Storage, formerly known as Cube Smart Self-Storage, site development plan and special use permit. Board to review the submission made by the applicant's representative on August 30th, 2023, a draft resolution of conditional final approval, and to consider its adoption. Welcome back.
Good evening,
to see you
Mr.
again.
Chairman, members of the board. Nicholas Ward Wellness with Keenan Bean on behalf of the applicant Duchess Storage. You're in receipt of our submission. I have nothing further to add, and just request the board consider the resolution before you tonight.
All right. We do also have a September 12th memo from CPL, so we'll ask John Bodendorf to quickly review that for us.
Yeah, these are all appropriate conditions of the approval if granted this evening. The first comment is just providing evidence of health department approval when they sign off. The second is keeping the board or the town in the loop regarding the DOT's entrance design. And then the third comment talks about the testing that they'll be doing of the slab prior to the issuance of a building permit. And then we left this comment in there. There's been no submission of any sign application, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that's something that will be done future?
Correct. We understand we have to come back to the board and the town with our
Okay.
sign plan.
Okay, and then the other one is also related to the building permit, providing signed and sealed calcs for the box culverts, so pretty straightforward.
Okay, any questions about those? I think they're pretty straightforward. One thing I did notice on site plan sheet SP1 shows an inset for the emergency access drive still on there with several notes regarding the emergency access. And I'm just wondering if that was supposed to be deleted from that site plan sheet.
You're correct, Mr. Chairman. That one did not, that sheet did not correct it. Other sheets do show its removal, and that was based upon conversations and comments with DOT. We are looking at discussions with DOT as perhaps an alternate emergency access or access lane, but the plan itself would only show the one access, and being approved tonight does not include that emergency access. So we'll correct that on the final one with the
All right. All right, so I'll just ask Dominic when we're going through the draft resolution whether we should reference that somehow in there. All right, well, shall we move right along to the draft resolution? And Dominic, would you like to go through that?
Sure. So this is draft number 4 that was circulated to the board. It's dated September 11th. And it looks very similar to the resolution of preliminary approval, which was recently adopted by the board. The difference is now that the board is considering conditional final approval for this project. This is both for site development plan and special use permit approval. And also, I would note that in general, we've carried forward the resolution conditions that were for the CubeSmart project, as well as refining them to the particular aspects of this application, as well as we've been putting a significant amount of, I think, group effort into preparing templates for these resolutions so that they're all fairly standard. And that being said, the conditions are the standard condition regarding outstanding engineering comments. That date for Mr. Bodendorf's memo should be September 12th, 2023. The outside agency approvals required, and these are correct for this particular resolution. There is a performance bond that is required. It's with the standard process for going through that approval of a performance bond, which is done by the town board, ultimately. There is a maintenance bond required, and Mr. Bodendorf has provided a recommended amount of $53,303 for a maintenance bond once construction is complete. There's an inspection fee required of $25,000. There is a condition regarding land-banked parking, so that the land-banked parking, which is shown on the plan, will also be subject to a written guarantee in a form suitable to the planning board attorney, covering the eventual construction of the parking spaces that have been land-banked, in that they would have to be constructed within 6 months that the town sends written notice by the planning board to the applicant or property owner at that time that such parking spaces are now required. There are the standard final plan revisions, including the signature on the plan and the approval block. There's a requirement that all fees are paid and escrow deposits must be made. And then there are also the standard requirements regarding landscaping and screening, lighting and architectural design and details, which must be constructed in accordance with the plan. As Mr. Bodendorf mentioned, the signage has not yet been provided to the board, so there's a condition regarding the fact that signage will be subject to the review and approval of the board. There is a limitation on amenities, accessory structures, and outdoor fixtures. Basically, nothing can be constructed on this site unless it's shown on the plan. The board had previously adopted a negative declaration that had various mitigation measures outlined in that, and so that is carried forward as the condition of this approval. And this approval is binding not only on the applicant, but also on any successors and interests. In this case, prior for 14 Chorus, that was not going to be a likely scenario, but we've already seen that there are successors in interest for this particular property. And so if anyone moves forward with this project that's not necessarily the applicant in the future, they are bound by all of these conditions.
Very good. I was just going to mention that John Bodendorf has also recommended a performance bond amount based on the estimate provided by the applicant. So our normal procedure involves John sending a memo to the town board with this recommended amount. But of course, as Dominic mentioned, it's up to the town board to authorize any amount for the performance bond. All right, any comments or questions from board members on the proposed resolution?
No.
All right, would someone like to make a
Mr.
motion?
Chairman, if I may.
Would you like to ask something about it?
I would, if I may, thank you.
Okay.
2 questions on page 8 of 10. The first condition after the be it further resolved, it states that the resolution of final site development plan approval shall lapse should a building permit not be obtained by the applicant within 1 year. The prior resolution said if it is not filed versus obtained, because we can file it within 1 year, but obtaining it requires the building department to process and issue it. And that is also why the town code section 150-97F says that it's to be filed. So we would ask that that first condition reflect the town code provision as well as the language that was in the prior resolution. I do have a copy here, Dominic, if you'd like.
No, I have no objection to that change.
Thank you. The second one was on section number 2. It states that the special use permit would expire if work is not initiated within 6 months, and town code section 150-112 states that it's if it's not initiated within 12 months. And so we would also ask that that condition 2 be consistent with the code language of section 150-112.
Again, no objection.
And my final comment, saying I'm on a roll, was the land bank parking agreement. I know I'm pushing it. Dominic, is that something that your office provides? Do you have a sample or template form on the land bank parking agreement?
We do not.
Gotcha.
We do not. So if you would like to draft something, we would review it.
I'll do so. Thank you. No other comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So, Debbie, do you have those
I have them all,
revisions
yes.
marked down? Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right, so with that, is there a motion to adopt the resolution of conditional final approval for the Duchess Storage Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit located at 1574 and 1576 New York State Route 52, as discussed and revised tonight, and authorize the chair to sign it? Fred moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob beat you to it there. All right. You have to be faster, Robbie. All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes as revised by a vote of 7-0. All right.
Well, thank you for the board's consideration of our application. Have a good evening.
All right, and good luck with the project.
Good night, Nick.
Thank you.
You're welcome. You too.
Here comes.
Good timing, Ms. Axelson. Good to see you.
Perfect timing.
So,
Nice to see you.
yeah, we are doing pretty well, so let's keep it up. So the next application is Fishkill Self-Storage, Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit. Board to review the draft DEIS scoping document submitted by the applicant's representative on August 30th, 2023. Welcome. Good to see you, Mr. Ladd.
You as well.
Why don't you just give us a brief, or not, well, brief in the generic sense of the term, run through of what you did submit, and then we'll pick it up from there.
Sure. Alec Glad from the law firm of Cuddy & Fader. I also have Aaron Warner with me, and I guess I'll invite him up to just run through the DEIS quick, as requested, since he was the one who prepared it.
All right.
Good evening, members of the board, Chairman Aaron Warner, AKRF.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I wasn't here at the August meeting. I had a colleague fill in, did watch everything in detail. The positive declaration was adopted, so we went ahead and prepared a draft scope. We submitted on August 30th. It does take all the information from that positive declaration up front, identifies the potential for impacts up front, and then attempted to structure those into chapters for an EIS, which we came up with, obviously, a project description. We have a land use and community plans chapter. We have a vegetation chapter because that was in the POS deck as a moderate to large impact. Visual, aesthetic, and community character is all under one chapter. We have the traffic and transportation chapter. We have alternatives, where we identified the no action alternative plus the alternative site layout, which was presented as a possible alternative to this board by the applicant as a shifting the building north, reducing the height. Yeah, we also have identified issues that were deemed not necessary to be in the EIS. That's the section at the end called issues not incorporated into the scope, where we have several listed and reasons why they weren't based on the EAF in your part 2. So yeah, if there's any questions, we did see a revision that was provided by your consultant. We do have some concerns and questions on that one, but we were hoping that we could talk about ours, technically, because the regs do say that when the applicant submits a draft, that's the one that gets circulated as the draft. Then you work on a final for that 60-day period. So happy to take any questions.
All right, well, yeah, we'll let Liz Axelson discuss her draft, but any questions from board members on what the applicant submitted?
Not right now.
One quick question was on the vegetation section, which you did mention. I think my recollection is that the board actually changed that to a moderate impact, and I think Liz will mention that in our draft version, we have deleted that section, so I'm just as a precursor to Liz's discussion, I thought I would mention that.
Right, we had it in because it was a moderate impact, but I noticed that the revision took it out, or moved it to the section at the end where we have areas not covered by the scope.
Yeah.
I mean, I have no issue with that, because we did try to make the argument in the EAF that we don't have a vegetation issue, but we're happy to include it as a chapter.
Well, why don't we go to Liz and ask Liz to discuss what she put together, and then we'll talk.
Okay. And so I'm Liz Axelson, planner for the planning board from CPL. And I did review the draft outline that you provided pretty intensively, and I think you'll see in this that there's quite a bit of it that's incorporated, just in a different way. And I don't want to spend too much time, because I'm looking forward to hearing input from the board and the applicant's representatives. So let me just walk through some of the basics. Starting on page 2 is just a brief introduction about the purpose of the scoping outline, which I think will be helpful to the public. Brief description of the proposed action came right out of the planning board seeker positive declaration. And then moving along, brief discussion of approvals, and then the table that you had for required approvals is right there on page 3. And then existing conditions is a lengthy section that I wanted kind of front-ended in the document, because land use, character, et cetera, those are sort of the main issues for which the planning board decided to do a seeker determination of significance. So I start with the existing conditions explaining the zoning for a couple pages. And then at the bottom of page 6, I say additional information about the proposed action. And when Jonathan and I were going back and forth over this, He felt that a lot of the information that was kind of up in the front of the applicant's representative's drafts was helpful. So what I did was I indicated additional information about the proposed action, and it begins on page 25, and it incorporates the descriptions that they had in there about project location, proposed project overview about the building, access, improvements, parking, site work, stormwater management, lighting and landscaping, proposed project purpose and need, and then there were some illustrations. So I think those will be helpful, especially for the public to be able to see that line, go back and find that information. And then on page 7, that's just a general thing. There were some general guidelines also in the applicant's scope about what is scoping all about, and how do we get to the point of creating an EIS. And then moving on to page 8, there are a couple basic things on pages 8 and 9, which are basically the cover material, executive summary, description of the proposed action. And then you get to environmental impacts on page 11. And each section, in the section of an environmental impact statement where you're discussing environmental impacts, typically goes in order, and this was also present in the applicant's format, where for each issue, say community plans, you describe the existing conditions of community planning, and then, so if you're looking at page 11, 1 is community plans, A is existing conditions. I didn't bother filling that out because the applicant's representatives will do that when they prepare their environmental impact statement. But I worked with Jonathan on behalf of the board to kind of really outline the potential impacts under community planning. I'm not going to read those out. Those all came right out of the seeker positive declaration that you passed at the last month. And then also, still in that community plan section, I'm just doing this by way of example. So you start with your existing conditions, you have a good list of impacts there, potential impacts, and then you get to page 13 and you'll see at the end of that section it says mitigation measures. And again, the applicant's folks will prepare text to address how the impacts would be mitigated. So that will be part of the draft environmental impact statement. So I just wanted to touch on the format for each one. And that means that based on the plan seeker positive declaration, the big issues were, you can just see them line up right at the front of the scoping outline. Starting on page 11, community plans. Bottom of page 13, consistency with community character, another big issue. Going over to page 15 at the bottom, open space and recreation. It's a small section, but just as important. That was another big issue. And then at the bottom of page 15, transportation and traffic. And that's a lengthy section because it includes a description of what a traffic study should be, and I'm pretty sure that that came from the draft scoping outline that...
That's right, that's from our scope.
Yep.
And if I may, can I just add just one thought, just on, as you're looking through the...
Sure. Yep.
The method, like looking through each chapter, the section on potential impacts, our understanding, and having done these for a long time, that's the section where you lay out the methodology for how you're going to study the potential impacts identified in the positive declaration, which we have up front in ours, a list of what they were. The potential impacts section of the chapter is supposed to lay out the methodology for how you're going to study those impacts. The version that I'm looking at here that was revised just reiterates the positive declaration findings. It doesn't show how we're going to study it. We feel ours lays out pretty strongly how the chapter is going to be structured, what we're going to look at, what kinds of figures, tables, discussion we're going to have on each impact. And also, when you're going to do a completeness review, that's great to have, because you can go one by one with, did the applicant say, they said they would do this, did they do it? Yep, complete. With the version I'm looking at, there's no methodology, and that's the case on several chapters, so it's a little concerning and doesn't seem helpful.
And I'm assuming that where the methodology is missing is in community plans, consistency with community character.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go through, we don't have to go page by page. We plan to submit something in writing on this between now and when you want to have the meeting for scoping. I just wanted to bring that to the attention of the board. Like, we really worked hard to get a methodology developed. It's a scope, after all. So that's how we structured it. It meets the standard. So that's why we were concerned when we saw this rewrite, because this is nothing new to us. We've seen this language in memos, in the POS deck. We know all this already. How are we going to study it? That's what we show. And the traffic study was completely copy and pasted, it looks like, or the traffic section, because that's, it's laying out how a traffic study is done. That's correct.
So that one does have the methodology.
That one does, but there's several that don't, and that's concerning.
And could you be specific about which ones are missing the methodology? Is it the
Sure.
community plans and consistency with
Sure,
community
community
character?
plans, yep, Chapter 1, community plans, community character, Chapter 2, aesthetics, Chapter 3, we identify where we're going to take views from. We have pretty much an outline of how we're going to study aesthetics and visual simulations, et cetera. Open space is a new one to us. We had that covered under the aesthetics and community character because it deals with the Trail of Two Cities, which was covered as in those topics in the POS deck. So, we can include it, but I think we captured it in our structure already. Transportation, traffic looks perfect because we wrote that one. Yes, so I think that was it. I mean, I think obviously the alternatives we have some concerns with. We had 2, and now there's 8. And many of those.
Let's let Liz just go through that one quickly, and then we'll let you talk about it. So you're going to go through the alternative section, Liz?
Let's see.
That's on page 18.
Yep. So I had a longer list of alternatives initially, figuring what we're dealing with here is a situation where the use isn't permitted. There's a provision in the code you're all aware of, to 150. Oh, sorry. Anyway, there's a provision in the code to try to do a use that isn't allowed. But in a number of my memos and also in the POS deck, I tried to point out that there were some potential uses that were suitable for the site, given access, et cetera. And the emphasis on those uses had to do with uses that were more community character friendly, tourist friendly, residentially friendly, or compatible, I guess you would say. Those are some of the themes for presenting those uses again and again. I'm sure it felt tiresome to the applicant's team, but I was, trying to remind the board of what the other options are. And so basically, those uses that I continued to talk about could be considered as alternatives because they are uses that are actually either allowed as of right or are special use permit uses. So these concepts that you see on page 18, 2 through 7, you've kind of already heard about them before many times, and they all come right out of zoning either in the RB district or by extension of the RB district, you can do R15 uses and special use permit uses. So 2 through 7 are a collection of possible uses for the site that I believe would be more in character and more consistent with the surrounding uses, and also more consistent with the configuration all around the site of residential zoning districts and RB zoning districts, meaning restricted business. So that's the point of the alternatives, and I would like to hear what the board thinks. I don't know if I should go through these one by one, or have the board let me know if they have ones in there that they definitely think should stay or should come out. Because we could hone this list down a little bit. On the other hand, this whole application and the reason that the POSDEC occurred has to do with community plans, and from that, land use that is in your code. So I feel it's fair game to really chew on those land use issues and really, as planning board members, sort of work through that in terms of the context of the site. So that's why there's so many alternatives. I don't know that there's a specific limit, and I don't know, Dominic, is there any sort of threshold for what is an excessive number of alternatives, or?
I mean, if I'm being asked the question, I'd like to address it to the board.
Please.
You know, my understanding of seeker regulations is that there's a difference between dealing with a private applicant that's making a proposal for development compared to a governmental entity. A governmental entity usually has a great deal of choice in connection with different projects that a government wants to go forward with. So for instance, if a municipality wanted to put in a new wastewater treatment plant, they could consider different options as far as where that plant might want to go, because they have the power of eminent domain, and they could say, this might be good here, or it might be good over there. And so the alternatives analysis when you're dealing with a municipality is broader than when you're dealing with an applicant, where the applicant actually only has this site. It's bound by the fact that this is what they own. They don't own anything else, that they are making a proposal for the development of this site. The other thing is that they are making a proposal, then the board has to go through the analysis. It's the code provisions are clear as to what analysis they have to do to satisfy the boards, for the board to ultimately issue a special use permit for their project. And there is some comparative analysis that's done there, where the use that's being proposed that's not otherwise allowed in the zone is similar to the uses that are actually in the zone. That's different, in my opinion, than requiring the applicant to study alternatives that is not part of their business plan. Because to say that instead of the self-storage facility at this location, these are alternative uses that might be a better fit for this location, that may very well be true, that those uses may be better fits for it, but you, in my opinion, you can't compel an applicant to study a use that they're not proposing to build. I think you have to evaluate what it is that they're proposing and whether or not they meet, ultimately, in this board's discretion, the criteria for a special use permit. That's different than, in my opinion, in my practice, as to saying we should evaluate different alternative uses than including like residential uses. They're not proposing residential uses. It might make sense to propose a residential use, but you can't compel an applicant to say, we are going to require you to prepare a subdivision plan and look at that plan when it is not what the applicant at this particular time is saying that they want to build.
We agree.
Shocker.
And just to add another layer onto that, we are specifically applying under the code, under a provision that allows us to pursue a use that's not explicitly identified as allowed if it is substantially similar, and that is for a self-storage facility. And we have a right for the board to make a decision on that, which eventually, we'll get there. This isn't an exercise where the board can then pick and choose what it would actually prefer to see. What we are proposing specifically is a self-storage facility, And I think we have included at least one real and viable alternative, which was the alternate development proposal that we came up with, which pushes the building farther away from the neighborhood after we had 2 site visits and had some input from them. So that's, we agree with your attorney's analysis of alternatives.
Yeah, and I'd just add, if you look at the seeker regulations, 617-9, B5, Roman numeral 5, the DEIS will include a description and evaluation of reasonable alternatives that are feasible considering the objectives and capabilities of the applicant. That's right out of the regulations. So obviously we do agree with how your attorney has described that. And as far as the 15019B, just a reminder to the board, we did that large table comparing this project with every single use that is permitted in the RB and R15 as the way to satisfy that code provision. It wasn't meant to be an alternative seeker exercise. So.
Any comments, Liz?
A couple. I know that we've talked about that table a lot, and it was a very helpful table, but it didn't address all the points in that section, A through B. I think it really focused on impacts, D, and maybe a little bit of C. So we still need the rest of that analysis in a table, I think. I guess I don't know if I misunderstood alternatives, but I believe the point of alternatives is to provide for comparison with the proposed action. It's part of the environmental analysis. I didn't believe that writing down alternatives necessarily meant ever that the board would be able to pick one that they want the applicant to do. It was meant, I always thought alternatives were a point of comparison as part of the environmental review process. So.
Yeah, and I do agree with Liz that that is an interpretation that could be made of, and it might be called a more generic part of an analysis, which is what we first talked about when we were talking about an environmental impact statement. And I think there are ways of including generic analysis of these in a draft environmental impact statement without going crazy, without, spending a lot of time and money on coming up with alternative site layout plans. But
actually, in the header, if I could just read part of the header at the top of page 18, the description and evaluation of all of the following alternatives to the proposed action shall address all of the topics in section D, environmental impacts of this document, shall be at a level of detail sufficient to permit a comparative assessment of the alternatives discussed, shall be analyzed in terms of the impact issues listed herein above in the summary and in matrix format, and shall reflect compliance with all the applicable regulations of the town of Fishkill. So it's stated right there in the header that it is meant to be a comparative assessment, not an exhaustive assessment.
We use the same sentence in ours, but again, I guess we disagree on the how it has to do with the applicant's intent and the applicant's purpose and need.
And I will just point out in alternative number 8, alternative site layout, we actually did add some language to your language about the alternative site layout that you did come up with by adding toward the end of, at the very end of that paragraph, an additional variation within this alternative should be a smaller self-storage facility with a smaller footprint in that alternative layout, which we never did discuss or show, but actually that I think would be quite an appropriate one to look at in the context of the traditional way of thinking about the seeker regulations definitions, which does get to the applicant's actual proposal. Anyway, that's just for thought.
I'm just wondering if, by way of, if it would make more sense to see whether any of the board members feel strongly about alternatives that shouldn't be in the list, if that would help to get a discussion going about that.
Yeah, let's do that in a second. I wanted to ask Dominic another question. And that has to do with, really what the secret regs do tell us to do at this point about what the timing is and how a board like ours gets a draft scoping document out to involved and interested agencies, and whether it should be simply what the applicant has provided us as their first shot at a draft scoping document versus what the practice of municipalities may be in terms of modifying that initial scope before it's sent out, which is what we've in effect done here, and send a variation of that scope out to the involved and interested agencies.
Yeah. There are rules, and then there is also practice.
Yeah.
So this is the really only place within seeker regulations where there's a specific time frame that's involved, and then there's a consequence actually from not complying with that time frame. The time frame is 60 days, and that clock starts to run from when the applicant submitted their version of draft scope. And so that started a 60-day clock. I believe that came in on August 27th or 28th, thereabouts, the 30th. The 30th, and it's going to be expiring essentially by the end of October. We're now middle of September, and the board is looking at the draft scope that was submitted by the applicant. One of the obligations that the board has is that you have to circulate it to all of the involved and interested agencies, and you also have to provide an opportunity for public comment in what's typically called a scoping session, which is, for all practical intents, is like a public hearing, because it's run like a public hearing. And you have to do this and also adopt a final scope within 60 days. And the consequence is that if you don't, unless the applicant agrees to an extension of that time frame, the applicant could say the time frame is up. The scope that I supplied to the board is now actually the scope of the environmental review that we're going to conduct. And that's a scenario that I think that the board would not want to be in, because it doesn't reflect concerns and comments that your consultants have made, and the board members themselves want to see reviewed as part of this project. So that's kind of the overall thing. Now, in my practice, it's also very common for a couple things to occur. One is that when an applicant submits a draft scope, usually the version that gets circulated has some level of revision from the planning board and the planning board's consultants, so that the involved and interested agencies get the benefit of things that you are thinking about and being mindful of for this application, so that they're not commenting on the applicant's draft, but they're commenting on a draft that's been initially modified to some extent by the board. I agree that the seeker regulations don't mention that, but I also think that that is actually by far the most common practice, and it almost always occurs in everything that I'm involved with, that the draft that gets submitted is not necessarily the draft that gets circulated to all of the agencies. So I think that the board could, if you so choose, agree on what changes you want to see so far tonight based on the draft that's been revised in front of you, and you would be within your rights to send out that draft to the involved agencies. I don't think it would be any kind of procedural error or reversible error if someone was to bring a lawsuit at the end of this process and say, you guys started to change my draft and you should have sent my draft rather than your modifications to it. I'm not aware of any cases or seeker cases that have involved, that as being a fatal flaw in the process. The other thing is that the scoping session. So you're under a tight time frame. The applicant has already said that they expect this process to be concluded by the end of October. So what that means, and that's what the seeker regulations provide, unless there's an extension. So what that really means is that the board has to either decide to, A, circulate their draft or circulate the modified draft. You do that tonight. And you should also schedule for the October meeting a scoping session and decide on the manner of how that's going to be noticed to the public, and hold that scoping session in October. And unless the applicant is willing to agree to an extension that's reasonable, say, to the November meeting, then the October meeting is going to be a big night, because you're going to have to hear from the public. You're also going to have to direct any final changes that are made to the scope, and then adopt that at that meeting as well. So there's not going to be a lot of time to digest public comment or make those revisions unless the applicant agrees to an extension. I will say that while the applicant does submit the first draft, the final say comes from the planning board. So if there are changes to the scope, it is the board itself that adopts the final scope. It's not adopted with an agreement with the applicant or with the consent of the applicant. So if there are things that you want to see in there that you think are relevant and material to the environmental review, that's going to be within this board's discretion. The thing is, you've got a limited amount of time to do it.
All right, so what I'd like to do is get a little bit more feedback from the applicant's attorney just on what we heard from Dominic, and then I'd like to go to the board and really get some discussion going about, what our choices are and what the next steps for us to do will be. So,
specifically with regard to?
Well, with regard to number one, in effect, the choice between which scoping document should we send out. Number two, the tight time frame that we do have, as Dominic has very accurately indicated. And number three, whether the applicant would at this point have some flexibility in the 60-day time frame, realizing how the scoping session is going to fit in with very limited time after that to make further revisions to the scope and circulate it. And that comes back to question number one as to which version of the scoping document should we send out, because I think one of the main reasons we put our version together was to give the applicant fair notice and time to see what our thinking was going to be and the work that would need to go into further revising the scope. And it all depends on when that happens, I suppose.
Yeah, so we're fine with tweaks and changes to our scoping document or using yours. Just what we want to make sure, and the point that we were trying to make is what's going to be studied and how needs to be clearly laid out, so both parties are on the same page, that when the DEIS comes back, that we did what we were supposed to do or we didn't. There shouldn't be any ambiguity, openness, or subjective judgment really left to it. So that was our point with the difference between the scope that we submitted and the draft that we received. So if some of those methodologies are just added back in to your draft and that's circulated, that's totally fine with us. Our point is it just needs to be clearly spelled out, like we thought we did, on what's going to be studied and how it's going to be done.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see their methodologies and their scope worked into our version. I think they did take the effort to say what they were going to do. I think our version, definitely identified the items that we raised as part of the EAF, which is fine, but I'd like to see, what the applicant had in there, what they were going to do. And then, in terms of the alternatives, I mean, there are certainly some alternatives I would like to see that Liz had listed, but as Dominic had mentioned as well, the focus being on what the proposed action is, I guess I'm a little iffy on what that alternative section looks like. Sounds like it needs to be more focused on what the proposed action is and less on several of these different uses, so.
What do you think, Felix?
Okay, I mean, this is a lot here, okay?
Yep.
Yeah.
This is what we need to sink our teeth into,
Because
which we don't often do, so let's do it.
So the question I have is if we're gonna somehow, I don't know, utilize some of that method, are we gonna combine the two? You know, because we've had theirs for a little while to look at. We've only had Liz's, you know, for a short time, and I don't know what we're gonna move in and move out. That's, you know, I mean, we're not gonna combine the two of them and make like a 50-page document, are we?
No, I hope not. That's not meant to be,
But that's what I'm saying.
I'd be happy to see a 50-page environmental impact statement.
I mean, just because right now there's inconsistencies in that draft that we got yesterday.
Right.
The traffic section looks like ours. It has existing conditions, future without the project, future with the project, mitigation. The other sections just say potential impacts and reiterate the POSDEC language.
Right.
I would like to see the format that we followed, existing, future without, future with, mitigation, carried through with your chapters, that's fine. With our methodologies, copy and paste it in. We don't have any objection with the upfront material that Liz provided, the additional background, an open space chapter, we can add that in. I just think the methodologies we worked hard on getting those down based on what we did on the EAF side. We remember the board saying, a lot of this stuff is good, we just wish it was an EIS. We took that to heart and we tried to mesh the two together. So that's really how we.
I think that would be very easy to do.
Okay.
I would rather, you know, that kind of input is helpful to be able to turn right around and start working on this as directed by the board. And I don't know, Dominic, if it could be like this where the board directs its consultants tonight to make the following changes, and that those changes would be made, and that would be the circulated outline. Just a thought.
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple things here, you know, you could, one option would be to authorize your consultants to work with the applicant's consultants and, you know, to, within a very short period of time, because you would have to get out, you have to circulate this, right? And you have to send it to all of these agencies that are going to need some time to digest it, and because they're also under a tight time frame as well, because you have to put in their notice that, for instance, that the October meeting is going to be the scoping session, and you're going to want their comments back within that time frame. So that might be the most prudent way to do that.
And I'm sorry, I just was trying to respond to what you were saying.
But no, I think that's great. I think if they could somehow work together to exclude things that don't need to be there and make one document that makes sense, because this has to go out, right? And the other question I know that Anthony brought, I agree with Anthony on this. I'm very confused about the alternatives now. I understand what you put there, and then Dominic is saying something else, and you're agreeing with him, and that's a legal kind of step, so I'm...
Well, I don't think you can compel them to study alternatives that they're not offering. You know, for instance, like, you know, whether it be residential subdivision or a hotel or anything else, you know, in a range of things, if the applicant says this is not part of our business plan and our objective, you know, you can have a lot of different opinions about what you think it should be, but the applicant is, you know, I mean, with an asterisk, however, because the asterisk is that the applicant has the burden of proving to the board that what they're proposing, which is not otherwise allowed in the zone, is similar to what's in the zone. So that's, you know, it.
I thought that was the whole point of the comparative analysis. That was, I mean, it's spelled out in the code, and, you know.
But I think that's, rather than a seeker issue, that's really a special permit issue. And it's going to be whether or not the board is ultimately satisfied that they've made their showing for that. It's different for when an applicant has a burden of doing a good job to convince the board that this should be a special use permit, compared to you are now compelled to study these elements in order to, you know, provide us with that information. I think it's a bit nuanced, but it's a little different.
So if I can, I don't know if this would help, I'm going to ask them, I'm going to tell the board, I believe Dominic is saying that that the board may not be able to ask for alternatives 2 through 7.
Yes.
I think if the applicant's willing to include those, then that's fine, but if the applicant says, no, I think what I'm hearing the applicant say is that our proposal is our proposal. We have an alternative proposal based on conversations with the neighborhood and based on feedback from the board, so that would be an alternative. And then the other alternative, which is included in every seeker application, is the no-action alternative. What happens if nothing happens with the property?
So, one thought is that maybe what we can do, and again, with the applicant's agreement, is take that list, is redo the list of alternatives, take out 2 through 7 in the alternatives list, but have another section, and I don't know what we'd call it exactly, but it would be that generic kind of analysis of other uses that are allowed in the zone.
We have that in ours, but it's under the community plans chapter.
Well, what you have may not be what we might put in that section, but if there is a section, maybe we can use that as a start and look at that and see where we could agree on. I like the suggestion, actually, that the board authorize our consultant to get together with you guys and sit down and hash out something that would be agreeable. But again, I'm assuming that we're going to get a little bit more feedback from all of the board members, each and every one of us, on what you would like to see and what you wouldn't like to see in the scoping document, because it's going to be really important. It's not going to be a matter of just nodding our heads in agreement. It's going to be like, here's what I think it really needs to do. Sure. I know this is a tough one, but we need to do it tonight.
I did like Liz's number 8 with the smaller version of the same application. I think that in terms of alternative site layouts, I think that's something to think about too, as to whether or not that changes our opinion on what's being proposed here, whether that would be more in line with the surrounding uses.
The alternative site layout is the one that has already been shown in the application, and then at the end, Jonathan raised the issue of doing a variation on that, which would be similar facility with a smaller footprint. That could be, I suppose that could be a separate alternative.
That could be separate, as like a smaller footprint alternative?
Yeah, but that could be a separate.
I think that's at least tied to what's being proposed,
Right.
and would be more geared toward, the surrounding uses and our consideration of it.
Right. Yep. And, the feedback from the board would be good, because I feel like the sooner we can start to make some changes, the better. But obviously, the planning board will have, more time. We'll have the scoping session to, give more feedback. But I'm guessing, and I'm not sure if I'm pushing this question, that it would be helpful to know whether or not 2 through 7 should stay in, or they should just come out. Those are the ones that are uses that the applicant has not proposed or anticipated.
So let's go down the line and talk about that.
I think Dominic's made it, at least to me, clear that they shouldn't be in there.
So we take those out?
That's what I think.
Let's hear from everybody.
Yeah.
I want to hear from each and every planning board member.
I would agree with that.
Fred?
I'll tell you, I've read all of them, and I'm confused, so, what should be in and what should not be in. And I think both of them could get together and get it down to one document. It'd make it much easier for me to make a decision. Because right now, I could not make a decision.
Right.
Robbie?
Yeah, I agree with Fred. I mean, it's tough to make a decision as a planning board member, yeah. Unless.
Bob?
With a simple-
Yeah, well,
Okay, sorry.
what Fred said, I mean, it's kind of hard to make a decision on all this stuff, and also the fact that I've had a thing from the fact of the special use thing I have a issue with from the beginning of trying to get this project in there, but, yeah, the alternatives, I don't think they need to be in there. The 2 to 7, yeah.
With respect to the alternatives part, I would concur with Dominic on the usage and how he has interpreted. I would agree with that. With that being said, I think the 2 through 7 should not be there. And I also think that our consultants should be working with the applicant's consultants in respect to the time that we have. You know, that would ease the things.
Okay.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, my recommendation to the board in terms of moving this forward would be several actions to consider tonight. One would be to authorize the board's consultants to work with the applicant's consultants to revise and finalize a draft for circulation. That would be one. The second would be to authorize for the October meeting, and I'm sorry I have that date up here.
Yeah, October 12th.
October 12th meeting, a scoping session to occur on that evening, and that in light of, the amount of material here, and also, for the board to consider, and that given the fact that the board itself is showing good faith by moving this forward and trying to accomplish the timing as best as it can, that the applicant consent to an extension of adoption of a final scope to the November 9th meeting, which would then provide the board and the applicant with, and not only just the board, but also the applicant, the ability to hear what the comments are at any scoping session, and as well as comments from any agencies that may be received at that time, and rather than having to, parse them out and agree or disagree, in the course of public forum, that there will be an opportunity to digest those and then have them adopted at the November 9th meeting.
Yeah, I just have to double check with our client, but I don't see an issue, but we'll include that in our back and forth on the scope.
I guess knowing whether or not we're going to be able to go to the November meeting to adopt this is a question to me. If they come back next meeting and they say they're not willing to do that, then we don't really have a whole lot of time to digest anything. I know the board's looking for one document, but we may not get that luxury, so,
And that's why I'm, kind of turning to the board saying, are there any of these things you do know? And that's too much
understand
pressure
that,
on the
yeah.
board, so.
Yeah, that's, I'll just say this, and this is not a threat or a negotiation really of any kind, but it's just clear that us authorizing our consultant to work with you guys is obviously a good faith effort to come to some agreements on what actually should go out, now, not today, but as soon as possible. And that in exchange, I think we're going to need to know really quickly whether that extension to November 9th is going to be okay with the applicant. Because, again...
Either way, you have to schedule a scoping session for October 12th.
And we will do that.
Right.
Yep, we will do that.
Yep, and we will get you that answer quickly, too.
So, let's...
So I guess my question being, we're moving toward the scoping session at next month's meeting and working with Liz to come with one scoping document. But are we going to set a date to when that gets, the public's going to need some opportunity to see this? Are we going to throw a date out here tonight as to when, or can we, it'd be nice to know how much time we're going to have.
We have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is what I suggested earlier, that this be treated as a public hearing, even though it's not called a public hearing, it's a scoping session. But it should meet the public hearing notice requirements and should be noticed the same way. So not knowing offhand, what exactly that works back from October 12th, but...
You have 10 business days from the 12th.
Right.
So the scoping document would have to be
Yes.
To be frank,
28th.
I have certain deadlines for the papers that usually run a week before the 10 days. so-
Right. So I think that there's an actually fairly narrow window, and this goes
Very.
back to the point as well, is you want to provide the DOT and others, like, with as much time as possible. You certainly don't want to wait until October 1st to send something to the DOT and say, oh, by the way, you know, you have to get us your comments by October 12th. Like, you know, it's just...
No, understood. Understood. I mean, I want to know, and I think the public would probably want to know as well, when they would have that document at their, you know, disposal.
And also
I think it should be resolved within the next week, you know, like a week from today, I would think.
And that public document should also be available on
It's got to go
the
on the
website.
website.
Yes.
I think if Liz can send us her version, so we can redline it, you know, starting tomorrow.
I was thinking
And then
that.
send it back. You know, add in methodologies that we think should be there in red lines, so you can see clearly what it is. I think, you know,
And then I
that'd be
would
the best
say,
starting point.
if the board allows me to go ahead and send the Word document, I would copy Debbie, and there would be, it would be tracked changes.
Correct.
I mean, I guess that should be part of whatever motion happens, so that we can get that started. I would,
And
get it right out.
I think also, in support of that kind of a motion, the board will have to understand that there's not going to be a lot of time, if any, for the board to actually see a revised document. We are basically providing a lot of faith in our consultant to work with the applicant to come together and put all the good stuff from both documents into one new one, and to be able to get that document, you know, out to the public and filed as soon as possible. So before we do any of the motions, just keep that all in mind.
Yeah, I do have one question, and maybe an odd concern. What if when they're trying to come up with this, they don't agree?
Then I think the fallback is that the board is agreeing right now to send the applicant's original scoping document out as the initial draft scoping document.
Okay.
Because that's what seeker says to do.
Right.
All right?
Right.
I just wanted to know what the,
But hopefully that...
Bear in mind that the board does have the final say in what the final scope includes or doesn't include.
Right.
So...
And if we could just walk back through the steps, so kind of working off of what you're saying, the board is circulating a draft scope, knowing that it's going to hear input from agencies and the public, and that ultimately, after all that input, then they will produce the scoping outline that would be adopted. So even if, suppose we didn't agree on some points, but we got a document together and it went out, the agencies and the public and the planning board are still going to have another bite at it. Is that fair to say? So it's a draft scope that's going out. So that's an important thing to know. It's a draft scope.
Yep, go ahead, Fred.
Can you use the microphone? Thank you, Fred.
The question is, if you don't agree, can there be a line from 1 and 2, that this is the 2 that you disagree on, that's sent to us?
I think so. We'll have to
No,
just...
we're not going to get another shot at it, Fred.
No.
There's not
Okay.
time.
Well, I would, you know, that's what I said, because if we're coming back with whatever it is,
No.
we would not have a choice at the next meeting.
The answer is no.
Okay.
The next meeting is going to be the scoping session.
It's got to be done.
If I can offer something, I mean, obviously my preference would be that the draft we submitted gets called the draft and sent around. Between now and the scoping meeting, the planning board's welcome to issue comments just as the public and involved agencies are able to write comments into the record. And we can work, you know, based on any feedback we get at the scoping hearing from the public and others. You know, we could take the time between the hearing and the November meeting, if we agree to that, to get on the same page with the final scope. That's what you're going to be required to adopt a final scope by that agreed upon date. So there'll be time to do that, and we can talk about it possibly at the scoping, too. That would be my preference, just so we can avoid that, any kind of conflict and trying to beat the clock here.
Yeah, I'm confident in authorizing Ms. Axelson to get together with you to come up with a newly revised draft scope that, again, has the best parts of both of them, and I'm pretty confident that you'll be able to agree on that.
Yep, and just a quick update on process. I was texting the client, and he said he's fine with extending the time to November 9th.
Okay.
That would be fantastic.
Thank you.
So, yeah, if he'd be willing to
I believe it's
put
the correct date.
November 9th.
November 9th would be the November 9th.
I mean, I was going to actually say November 9th is going to be the date where the board gets back together and will adopt the final draft document. So if November 9th, works, that would be the date to use.
But I think this means come ready to the next meeting with everybody's thoughts on the scope, and I think from the public standpoint, it's, we're not looking, it's not a public hearing per se, this is comments on what's going to be in the scope, what's going to be part of this EIS document.
But so when this revised draft scope is prepared to be circulated, it will also be circulated, obviously, to board members, and that'll be the time to, again, start looking at it again.
Yeah.
And, really be ready, as we've been saying, at the scoping session to have additional feedback on it ourselves. And even then, again, I think we'll be able to, if necessary, get back together with the applicant so that we have a kind of a coordinated final scoping document, so that it's, so that whatever is the final document isn't going to have controversy between us in terms of what it includes. I think it would be better, it'll be a better process and a better document if the applicant and the board are, in, let's say, 99% agreement with what the final scope says. So, shall we try going down the three motions that have been suggested? So, one is to authorize our consultants at CPL, namely Liz Axelson and anyone else she thinks may be necessary, to work with the applicants to work on this revised draft scoping document that we've been talking about, which would also include Ms. Axelson sending her version of the draft, of her draft scoping, of CPL's draft scoping document in Word format to the applicant as soon as possible, so that the applicant can actually even start working on it. But, to certainly authorize getting together to work on a fully revised draft document that will be ready for circulation in the very near future. That's a wordy motion, but is there
Don't you worry, I have it.
is there a motion to that effect?
I will move that wordy motion.
Is there a second?
I second.
I'll second it.
Robbie seconds it. Any further discussion on that one?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, then the second motion would be to schedule, this one I already have written down, schedule the public scoping session for October 12th at 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Felix, Anthony seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Was I about to hear a question or something? Okay.
No, it was just me whacking them.
I didn't know if there needed to be a motion about the comments in writing by October 19th. That's all.
I guess we could address that. I think in our version of the draft scoping document,
It says that.
yeah, we had suggested written comments a week after the public scoping session.
Which is October 19th.
So that would be October 19th.
Yep.
I think the record could just reflect that that's what the notice is going to contain.
Okay.
You know.
And that will be that should be in the revised draft scoping document.
Yep.
Okay.
Do we need signage? I know a public hearing.
I was going to.
Yes.
John's going to handle that. We're going to handle it the same as a public hearing.
Yes, so we will use the same notification and posting process as we would for a public hearing, including a sign, and I would say one sign posted at the site entrance on Route 9D.
Yep.
Okay.
Will the town do the ENB publication?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
And also, we will, once the document is ready, we'll post it on our website.
Take care of that.
And then, hold on one second. And then the third, well, the third, now that we've heard from the applicants as to agreement on the 60-day timeframe for the scoping process to be extended to November 9th, I think all we would need really, we don't need a motion from the board, but something in writing from the applicant to that effect and submitted, in time for the October 12th meeting would be great.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. All right, Dominic, can you think of anything else that we should do at this point?
No, my goodness, I'm spent on that one.
Yeah, you think this was hard? Wait till we get the EIS actually to review. That'll be easy.
Maybe.
Any further words of wisdom or thoughts from the applicants?
Oh, thanks. Thanks for your time. I think we have a good plan, and we'll look forward to getting that Word file, and we'll get right on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll get that to you Monday after.
Okay. Okay. All right. Just give me a minute to get my notes together here, and then we'll go to the next item. That'll be basis industrial in just a second. Okay. Basis Industrial, Route 9D, Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit. Board to review the submission made by the applicant's representative on August 30th, 2023. Welcome again.
Nice to see you guys again.
Yep. So please, why don't you go ahead and give us an update on the most recent submission received on August 30th.
Absolutely. So this new submission took into account all the comments that were made, both the CPL conceptual comments and the board's requests and comments. And we made some minor changes to our last conceptual plan. This was a full submission, but in the cover letter, I included a summary, basically, of where we started back with our April 26th submission to where we've made it. 5 or 6 meetings later, I think we've made a lot of progress, and I think we've addressed a lot of concerns. The changes from the last time we were here, there was a third notch, and I have on the screen right now a sort of a rendering of the site, the overall site. There was a third notch added to the front of the self-storage facility. This helps with architectural aspects of it. That also reconfigured the 2 notches on the right? So the last time we were here, there was no notch in the middle, it was just 2 notches on the right side of the building. The notch in the middle is the loading area. It's about 20 feet back. Other changes that we've added, we've addressed the numerical, the gross floor area and everything with the cellar being included and all that. Other changes that were made, and that's included on the site plan, is a sidewalk has been added along the Route 9D frontage. There's also a sidewalk or an interior kind of a passageway from Route 9D to the proposed uses where practical. The centrally located driveway has been revised. It now has a mountable curb. To restrict the driveway movement, it's right in, right out. The existing driveway at the fueling canopy, which is off to the side here, and I can pull up the site plan too, that's been revised so that it's been restriped to restrict movement to right out and egress only. And another critical thing that we addressed at the back of the property, that big lane in the back that was for, emergency apparatus, we made it a 2-way movement lane. That was in response to DOT comment. We also heard the comments about the design of the building, and I think we addressed that as well. We put some additional banding at the top of the building. There's a new mansard roof at the front. There's increased glazing. The facade colors have been toned down. I know we had some questions and concerns about that gray color, the white-gray bright color that we had last time. We've replaced it with siding. It's a more human-scaled material. We've also introduced various landscaping elements. This includes the addition of trees for shade and visual appeal as well, mix of plants and flowers, and it adds color, it adds visual interest, especially being on that frontage of Route 9D, being at the gateway for the town. We thought the changes we've made have, I keep saying it, have really resulted in a nicely designed property that I think is something that at the gateway area that is so important for the town. I think it really has made it nicer. The other minor change that we made, but it is important, is the entrance to the car wash. We have added directional, input so that people know you're either going in or you're not going in. There was a question of what happens if someone is there and they want to get out. We've revised that to address if you're going to the car wash, you are going to get your car washed. It's not, you're not going there, you're not going to get lost. I think we've increased circulation, we've improved circulation throughout the site. So I think we've addressed all the board's comments, and we're here to have any more comments, to hear any more comments. I know we had the CPL memo coming earlier today. We obviously haven't had a chance to address those comments, but we welcome any questions and comments from the board on this most recent submission. It is a full set submission. And, we would request that there is the authorization for circulation of the notice of intent, but that's something we can address later on at tonight's meeting. First, we obviously want to give you an opportunity to ask whatever questions you may have.
Yeah, why don't we first ask board members if there are any questions on the updates, and then we'll go to Liz Axelson to talk about the CPL memo. So, Felix, you have any thoughts?
I do not.
How about you, Anthony?
For the food establishment, I didn't see like bike racks. I know that's something we've kind of talked about in the past. I don't know if that's something that could be added. We've asked for that out for similar applications in the past. I was curious about the cut-fill volume for the project. I'm sure it's probably in the abundance of information we got, but I didn't happen to catch it, so I was concerned about that. And my comment from last month about concerns about the rear portion of the site, that's not necessarily part of this application, but still stand. And I think there's something that should be discussed at some point tonight.
How about you, Fred?
Except I didn't see the sidewalks, but that's,
Yeah, I had some observations about the sidewalk myself, so why don't we do that now? I think we all appreciate that the applicant's agreeing to install sidewalks along a portion of the site frontage, and it's now shown on the plan. But I think it would be appropriate to extend the sidewalk along the site's frontage as far toward the southwest, that's namely toward Beacon, as possible. I think right now the site plan is showing it ending just past the entrance to the fast food restaurant. And there's really no reason why it can't go all the way to the end of the property. But then there's a harder question. I think it's also desirable to extend the sidewalk as far along the frontage to the northeast as possible. And the site plan shows it ending actually before the main Route 90 entrance to the site. And in my opinion, this is all the more reason to close off the existing access to the gas station from Route 90 entirely and to handle access to the gas station internally. Because I think, number one, that type of access to the gas station would work much better off of Route 9D, where there are so many conflicts right now, and even with restrictions in turning movements, it's still going to be very difficult the way the signalized intersection is so close to the gas station. But I think also it would allow, closing off that access would allow extending the sidewalk all the way to the intersection of Pappas Lane and Route 90 at the signalized intersection. So I think that's, although the comprehensive plan obviously isn't that detailed in specifying that type of thing, it's really up to the planning board to try to implement the comprehensive plan as much as we can. And I really think that would make for a much safer and better environment for pedestrians in that area, and right now it's a real mess. Mm-hmm. So this is a real opportunity, I think, to totally improve that pedestrian environment. So that's my comment on it, and if other board members have any thoughts on that, I'd love to hear them.
The only thing I would say, Mr. Chairman, is I understand your comment, but I know I spoke about this last time. My concern is the gas station, and the owner of the gas station not having somebody being able to make a right turn into their station. I mean, first of all, that station is there before everything else. So that person's made an investment in their station, and then if we cut off their entrance, I think it would hurt their business. And I think we need to think about that too as we, discuss whether we're just going to close off somebody's entrance. That's my thought.
Yeah, I understand that, and my suggestion would be to work out an internal access to the gas station.
I understand, but here's my feeling. I'm driving on 9D, I'm going up, I'm past that double entrance, I'm thinking I'm going to turn into the gas station, there's no way in, I'm just going to go right by it. I'm just thinking for the gas station owner, it's beautiful to have the sidewalk there, but then I feel we're hurting the gas station owner because we want to put a sidewalk there.
Yeah, well, this is one of those situations where I totally disagree with you, Felix, because I think there are ways of making the access findable and workable for the gas station. And it might be different, and it might be something people will have to initially look for, but that whole stretch along Route 90 is going to be different.
I understand. I just, I want to be the gas station owner then.
Sorry, Felix, I didn't understand the scenario that you presented. I mean,
so,
if you're going north
if
on 90.
going north,
yeah.
and they pass this entrance that
Wait,
in the middle.
the right only.
Yeah, the one that they have in the middle there, because they're going to the gas station. They get to the gas station, and they can't turn right into the gas station. I think they're just going to keep going.
And to that extent, if I may, the other thing we have to consider, and absolutely, wherever we can add sidewalks, we want to add sidewalks. I think we've shown, I hope we've shown at least with every meeting that we've been here, that we are willing to work with the town and make this the best development possible for the town and its residents. But the issue is also that there is currently a tenant at the gas station, and they have a lease, and you can't really, it's a little difficult to go to someone with a lease and say, you know, I understand we have a lease, but tomorrow I'm changing your entrance to your business, which now could severely affect the business in terms of, to Felix's point, you know, missing the turn, and if you're on, you might just keep going, or you might flip a U-turn and now cause more traffic, or whatever the case is. I understand definitely, Mr. Chairman, your comment about the sidewalk, but we do have to consider the tenant at the gas station as well. I don't know how much longer is left on the lease. I don't know if that's something that can be addressed in the future.
Well, why don't we find that out and see how that gas station is really going to fit into this development, because it, you know, it's been there a long time, but times change.
Absolutely. I could see how much longer is left on the lease. I imagine after the lease is up, there may be another gas station or the same gas station owner, whatever the case may be. Obviously, we can't look too far into the future, but I know right now, I want to say there's at least a couple of years left, and it's difficult to go to someone with a lease and close off the entrance to their business.
Well, we might be able to figure out a way to, you know, add some conditions in this approval when it does finally come to address those longer-term issues.
Absolutely. We can, no pun intended, cross that path when we get there, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or cross that sidewalk.
Yeah, yeah, whatever pun. Nick Ward-Willis from our office is much better at puns than I am.
Great. Well, we'd be glad to entertain some further quips if you'd like to.
I try to sprinkle them in.
So Fred has a question.
I have a question for you. Where is the sign right now to enter the gas station?
Do you guys know exactly where the sign is for the entrance to the gas station?
The outside sign, whatever it, yeah.
Well, there's no,
Whatever it says.
well, there's no sign saying enter here for gas station.
No, I know, but.
It's kind of like an open.
It's
Yeah.
pretty, it's not well defined.
How do anybody enter the gas
Just
station right now?
If it could be moved, if, I don't know where it is, but if it could be moved just before that entrance.
To alert people
So people
that.
would know it, that might solve both problems.
It's pretty wide open right now.
Yeah, I think from my understanding is, this property is obviously one that's sort of crying out for rehabilitation, so my understanding from, again, I could be absolutely wrong, and please feel free to correct me, it's sort of an open pavement issue, right?
Yeah, it is.
In the front?
Not defined, it's not, I don't think it's.
Yeah, it's
defined.
not the curb cuts on the entrances that we're proposing, right? So, you know, if a sign could be moved up and say, hey, you know, gas station here, absolutely. But that also means that there has to be an entrance off 9D, right? To have a sign saying entrance here,
Right.
There has to be an actual entrance.
Jonathan wanted to cut off. If we just move it over to the big one that's coming in, is that the one?
That would be far off.
Huh?
That would be far away from that gas station.
Okay, all right.
Look, it's something we could definitely.
We can look at it, but I think it
Yeah,
wouldn't even be close to the gas station. Now we're moving it over.
The part would be making sure there is a clear, not only sign, but an actual access to the gas station
Sure.
off of Route 90, I mean, internally. So that's difficult, but I think it could be done.
Yeah, I mean, I missed the last month meeting, so is there access to this site from Pappas Lane or?
Yeah.
Yes, from Pappas Lane, if you.
Yeah, I didn't see it.
Yeah, the proposal is that you can also enter through here, and this sort of gives you gas station and car wash access. And then if you continue upward, this, at the last meeting, was a one-way, sort of, I guess you want to call it an exit, but now it's a two-way circulation, so you can also go up there, drive around the back, if you want to go to the fast food establishment, or you want to go on the other side of the storage, right? We made a lot of two-way movement within the site to improve circulation, including multiple entrances on front on 9D and multiple entrances on Pappas Lane.
So if somebody misses this turn, I mean, they can enter the gas station through the Pappas Lane then?
Theoretically, yes, but I think the issue is if you do cut off one of the main access points to the gas station, you are running the risk that maybe someone's going to say, oh, well, you know what, I'm not in the right lane right now, whatever the case is, I'm not going to make that turn to Pappas Lane, or I'm not a traffic guy, I don't know what the analysis on this is. But there is the concern, and again, I can't stress enough that there is a tenant with a lease, and it's going to be very difficult to address that at this point. But as far as sidewalks are concerned, we absolutely, we'll look into whatever we can do with the sidewalks. We've added a significant amount of pavement on the front, and if we could do more, and it's feasible and it works for the project, I don't see why it would be an issue.
And isn't Route 90 there a single lane road on either side?
No.
Route 9D?
Yeah, I thought.
Well, it's basically single lane, but with a turning lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which turning lane is intended for left turns into Brockway Road. And it's not, as it was initially described in the traffic impact study, suggesting that that could be used for left turn lanes into, something like this development. That is strictly a left turn lane into Brockway Road.
Yeah, left, yeah, strictly only left, yeah. Straight or right, you have to go on the right lane. Yes.
In my expert traffic opinion, which I'm not, I don't think there's room on Route 90 to widen it further enough to add a whole, another turning lane.
Yeah, I agree.
At that point right there, it's actually 4 lanes in a sense, because that
It
other
is.
one is ready to merge in.
Yeah.
And then you have 2 going north, so it widens out, but then it's, it gets smaller as we go right down the road.
Exactly. And it, right now, is very confusing and challenging because people are jockeying, heading towards Beacon to get into that one lane that they have to continue on to Beacon if they're still in one piece.
Hopefully.
I've been there many times where I've been either cut off or seen people getting cut off, and it's really, it's like the wild.
One quick question I want to ask, concern was about the car wash. You know what we said about, are you saying you're not going to make an egress to get out of there if you decide to change your mind?
So the egress, we looked into means of egress, because that was a comment at the last meeting. You're talking about up here, right? If you're on the lane, is there an escape route, let's say?
Yeah.
We've looked into that. It wasn't necessarily feasible. The way we've addressed that is by having this be a, entry lane and exit lane, where if you are here in your car and you are turning into here, you're committed, right? You see the line for the car wash, you're going for a car wash.
So, well, that's the thing though, but what I'm saying is still somebody's in there and then they don't want to go into the car wash. Most car washes you can exit out and go around. You're not proposing that.
As of now, no. I know Jackie might be able to speak to it better. I think we looked into it, and it wasn't necessarily feasible at the car wash area.
You don't have.
But again, I have our engineer here from Dynamic if you would like potentially a more detailed explanation on that.
This is good discussion, so I don't want to cut it off, and if any other board members want to bring something else up now, but I'd kind of like to give Liz an opportunity to briefly talk about CPL's memo that did recognizably come late, but maybe you can walk us through what's in there.
First, my condolences for giving you a memo so late. I wanted to try to get through almost all of the submittal, but wasn't fortunate enough to do so. But I tried to aim for the key parts. I want to go ahead and say that I think it would be good to have sidewalks all along the frontage, and for the access points to have pedestrian crossings for those. I mean, even those pedestrian crossings at a place where people are going into the gas station, at least it's something that looks a little different and might make drivers a little more alert. And I don't, most gas stations aren't just gas stations now, they're mini-marts. And I don't know if kids still do this, but I remember going down to the place that was a gas station and corner store and walk down and buy candy or whatever other things we weren't supposed to have. And I don't think it hurts the mini-mart to have people not, doing something other than buying gas. I think my understanding, having known the folks from Chestnut Mobile, is that it's nice to sell gas, but it's even nicer if people are coming in and spending money on all kinds of stuff. And just getting them in the door, that's income. You know, it's very important to keep that business afloat. So it'd be great if there could be a balance, having the sidewalk, pedestrian improvements, and making it safe so that both cars and pedestrians can get in and out of there. So that was one of my thoughts. I was very pleased to see the architectural changes on the large storage building. I think it really made a big difference. I still have some comments that didn't make it in here, so there are a couple places where you have mansard on the part that's sort of facing towards the front. I think there's another one.
Is there another one?
Where's the one that's the front that shows, is that the one that shows the mansard? Is that the front?
This is the front of it.
That is the front. So there are a couple places where I thought you could put more mansard. You know? It's a nice look. Some of the elevations made the gray look whiter than gray. And all that made me think is, white is nice, but it's a little glary, so anything you can mute a little more. I know there are various, you know, shades of white. So I was very pleased to see that. I kept looking through the different plan sheets and seeing 2 floors plus cellar, but then there were other places where it looked like the footprint was multiplied times 2 for the gross floor area, so I found that confusing, and I thought there was verbiage in there about, we're not doing the cellar, we're just doing the 2 floors, so if you could,
No,
can you clarify the gross floor?
Yeah, so if there was any indication that the cellar was not a thing, I apologize, because
Okay.
the cellar most certainly is a thing. That's how we get, so, you know, I forget which comment memo it was and which meeting it was here, but there was the idea that we have the three stories, and we would have needed a height variance, so it was, can we make it a smaller footprint, a wider footprint, rather, and lower the height? And the way we accomplished that was having the 2 floors and the cellar. And to address the question about the gross floor area, the reason it says times 2 is because the cellar gross floor area does not count being in the cellar space. It's only in the 2 stories above grade. So it's a
feeling it
floor
was
area.
something like,
Yeah.
I think it would be helpful to clarify that. That's okay.
If it's not clear, I'm sure we could add a note somewhere.
So the cellar doesn't count. That is
Yes.
very helpful.
Yes.
I kind of had a feeling it was something like that.
Yeah, so
I think it still does count towards, in effect, the seeker information we need to know whether to classify this as type 1 or not, which I think Liz has addressed from one of the seeker sections, but I think it still meets the type 1 threshold of being 100,000 square feet or larger total. So anyway, that's.
Okay, so it still would be. Is it the same, in other words, there's the footprint, and then there's the second floor, and they're the same, right?
Yes.
And that's how you get the 78, whatever it was.
Whatever it was, yeah. Obviously, from the last meeting,
So there would
it's
be a
changed.
3rd floor, there would be that
Yeah,
much gross
and there's
floor.
gross square footage of storage area.
The gross floor still counts, it just doesn't count as,
It doesn't count for height and for building code.
Well, yeah, under the code, the gross floor area conceptually exists because it is a floor in the cellar that houses storage units, but it's not included in calculations of gross floor area. So it would only be the footprint times 2 is the gross floor area of that building, because it is a cellar. In the town code, the way cellar is defined it does not include.
and you're saying in town.
For the town, yes. For SECRA, I'm not 100% sure. That's definitely a legal question we can look into, and by all means, we will look into that. At this stage, that's something that I think that's also maybe down the road a little. I don't have the answer off the top of my head.
At any point, I know you'll talk about seeker in general.
Yeah.
So whenever you get to that, that'd be great.
And there was quite a bit of progress. Actually, the first part of my memo, the part that I really worked on, was about SECRA. And, you know, there's a little bit more cleanup to do on which parcels are involved and what is the area of the site? Because there are a bunch of different numbers, 4.4 something, 4.6 something, whatever. So some cleanup still to be done there. The image on the front page of the site plan still shows that big parcel that juts back in, and it's just not really clear how that's part of the project site still. And then I do raise the other question, again, this is an old question of, so the code does have some language about a lot for every use, more or less. And the GB zone line is a little easier to understand, a little more definition would be great. But you're only building in the GB, and so the question kind of remains about whether the site is going to be subdivided so that you have a defined commercial lot area. So that's a question you can grapple with. I understand why the applicant kind of wanted to get through the design and working on some of these, like, how does the site work things? You know, those elements of how the site works and flows are very important, the design of the building, et cetera, et cetera. But looking down the road, that issue still needs to be addressed. You did get a SHPO sign-off, congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's see, what else did I have? There are still quite a few secret questions that remain to be addressed. So I didn't recommend in this review memo that it's time to make any determinations about seeker. I think we need more information about the project. The limit of disturbance is now outlined on the plans, which is also very helpful. One of my comments asks for a breakout of, because you have a value in the zoning table for the coverage. And so I started looking at building footprints and trying to figure it out, but there's a whole lot of impervious coverage area that we don't have numbers for. So some kind of a table breaking it out, doesn't have to be on the plans, even just a sheet explaining the coverages for footprints of buildings and parking area. It's nice to have that set out separately, and the rest is access kind of thing. So a breakout like that would be very helpful for examining this. And then it all kind of gets down to, if we know what the impervious is on the site, then we need to know how big the site actually is. You know, for the compliance issue. It looks like you might be bumping up a little bit, depending on how big the site is of the various acreage numbers. So that's why I thought it would be helpful to have the breakout.
Understandable, and we'll look into whatever we can do to make it clear.
Yeah, just looking. Again, I didn't get into doing a huge design review on this submittal because there were still some questions to be answered. But I would love it if there's more information in the submittal, and if the submittal starts to look at the design guidelines. You may be pleasantly surprised that you've addressed some of them, quite a few. But it would be helpful if you'd look through those, because if your team is looking into the design, and I cite them right in the memo where they can be found.
We need to look at the design guidelines.
Yep.
Design things like that.
Okay, good.
Liz, where in your memo is that referred to?
Well, it's a comment on page 6, under the heading General.
Okay.
And I don't know if I need to talk to Joel about the whole issue of a lot for every use. And, you know, I think I feel a little uncomfortable about having, unless there's some definition of where does the commercial begin and end. Obviously, the zoning line makes a difference. And we don't know what's going to happen in back. So we have this whole issue of doing an approval on a somewhat defined front part of the site without knowing what's happening in the back. And I understand that that's fine because the back part is residential. but it would be helpful to know where the line is. And that's why I started looking at where does the limit of disturbance go? And it does go over the line a little bit for grading and stuff like that. So I think it would be nice to have the plans be a little more refined and also to have some kind of an answer about whether or not there's going to be a subdivision to say, if you have a commercial site, I don't think you want to just have it loosey-goosey open. I would think you'd want to define the site. To me, if I was going to own a commercial property, I might want to know, where does my property begin and end? Again, on the bottom of page 6, these are comments that have been in there for a while. Section 150-33, building lots, a lot for every building, and B, subdivision of a lot, and corresponding section 150-37, yards and setbacks, a yard for every building, and a street frontage I don't think is an issue, but all these things tie together, and I did see the zoning table, and it does look like the proposed site could meet the setbacks, but we also don't have like a rear lot line. So it's one of those issues that I think we need to drill into that before the planning board could be able to consider any kind of an approval, and also it affects, how the environmental impacts are perceived. I think those are really my big points. I don't want to go on and on in case the board wants to say other things. We still need more work and more information, but a lot of progress was made, and the concept, I think, is pretty good, generally.
Dominic, could I ask you a quick question? It might not be such a quick answer, though, about that development of the future back area that's not currently part of the proposal, and how if there are ways we might be able to address that in our current review, without getting accused of segmentation in the secret process. Or to consciously say, maybe we are segmenting it for X, Y, and Z reasons, and here's why we're doing that, and it will get subject to further review in the future.
As I understand it, there are no current plans that the applicant is advancing for the development of that residential portion of the site.
Correct.
And, segmentation implies that you have a plan of development that consists of a bunch of different phases, and you know what those phases are, and you're breaking those phases up into smaller pieces so that you're only kind of looking a little bit rather than looking at the whole larger scale of development. If the applicant is not, indicating that they have any plan for that area, it's not really, in my mind, segmentation, because there's not a common plan of development that's being advanced by the applicant. I think that said, it's helpful to understand the relationship between the commercial portion and the residential portion to understand how they are going to potentially operate in the future. But any development that would occur in the residential side would be subject to a full review if and when it comes forward. It could come forward years from now, or whatever. It's just, I would not consider this necessarily to be segmentation, to be quite honest.
And as we've stated, thank you, Dominic, for clarifying. And as we've stated, if and when we get to that back, because I hate to sound like a broken record, there's out parcels, there's this, there's that in the back, we just don't know. If and when we get to it, we will absolutely be back here. You guys might have to see me again, unfortunately. And we'll be back here with the same process. We're not trying to skirt by or do anything. We just genuinely, the back is up in the air.
I guess my concern is on page 5 of the plans, where the little stub road is, it says limits of Phase 1 improvements. So that gives me the idea that something else is coming down the line. Why is that stub there then? Why do you need that stub road? I mean, that gives the impression that something is coming and we're not being told about it. And that really is rubbing me the wrong way, and It's a real concern. Why does it say limits of Phase 1 improvements? What's Phase 2? What are you hiding?
We're not hiding anything. If there is a label on the site plan, I'm sure we
Don't
can...
call it Phase 1 improvements, just cut the road off and call it a day. Why is there a stub road there? It gives the impression something's happening and that we don't know about it.
Understandable. If there is a mislabeling, we will definitely address it. But again, we genuinely have no idea what's going to happen in the back there.
Then I would take the stub road away and take away limits of Phase 1 improvements.
I guess,
Here, come up, please. And while she's coming up, I've seen on site plans many times where there are, stub connection, future connection types of roads for future development, but without specifying what type of development might occur. So it may be the labeling as opposed to the showing of the stub road itself. But go ahead.
Yes, as far as the Phase 1, we can clarify that these are the improvements that you see on the plan are the only improvements proposed as part of this project. We were trying to be mindful of the existing drive that is there today and approximately the location of this new circulation aisle that does have pavement and access back to that area, so we didn't want to change any condition in that back as far as access is concerned. So that's why we were proposing some sort of stub road. The way that that looks can certainly be done in a different way, and we can go back to the drawing board and look at that as well.
So you're basically saying that road exists today?
Ninny Drive, yes.
and actually, the presence of the stub road on one hand shows that there is some sort of a plan to at least have access to the back portions in case there is a future plan. I don't know.
But not
So
knowing what that plan is, I don't know if is that
Right.
stub suitable.
Well, I guess, my feeling is, I'd much rather have some sense of what's being proposed. On the other hand, if they don't have anything that they're proposing there, they can't, it's residential. I think it doesn't hurt to have the stub road, if for nothing else, a place for fire trucks to be able to turn around, or ultimately, so that they're not building the site in such a way in the front that they're precluding access in the back. So it's a...
Then just call it that. I guess
Right,
I just
yes.
see limit of Phase 1 improvements.
Yeah.
I'm
I
just telling you
understand.
how it feels and how other people are going to feel.
Yep.
It doesn't read right. We're spending way too much time on it, but
I think it's an important point. I think it's an important point that you brought up, actually.
Understood, and we'll clarify that for you.
Okay. What else? Any other questions on what Liz has gone through or what the applicants are showing on the plans? Or anything you'd like to see that hasn't been shown yet? I had also been thinking about the seeker classification and whether we should start thinking about doing that yet, but I think Liz has given us good direction on why it would be important to get certain clarifications and consistency on the plans and the environmental assessment form before we do that. But it does look like it's probably going to be a type 1 action either way, whether the self-storage brings it over the 100,000 square foot threshold, which I think it does, but also because of the adjacency of the Duchess Stadium as a county park, changing the thresholds for type 1 actions. But if anyone thinks that we're wrong about holding off on the secret classification, speak now or wait till the next meeting.
Yeah, to the extent of the secret classification, we could definitely look, we can also provide whatever input it is on that, in terms of, because it gets a little complicated, does it exceed 25% of whatever threshold or whatever the case is? So there's calculations, there's all that. I think for the point where we're at now, the classification isn't necessarily critical. We know it's not a type 2. we know, that's the important classification. So, you know, to the extent that a notice of intent to declare lead agency is circulated at this point in the process, I don't think the classification is necessarily critical. The classification will come into play, you know, we'll have the review that we're going to have, and then if it's a type 1, we have some extra notices to send out at the end of it. If it's unlisted, we don't. But I think at this point in time, we'll definitely look into it. You know, we'll speak with the town officials on that, and you know, we'll see, is it type 1, is it unlisted?
And we'll undoubtedly do a coordinated review under seeker regardless of whether it's type 1 or unlisted anyway, so.
I also just think, you know, because it's in the corridor and it's near the stadium, et cetera, and there are other businesses nearby, it's kind of nice to think about this as, you know, a nice little area of the community that could, you know, be pretty active. I don't know if there are neighborhoods there where there's anything in walking distance, but that, you know, potentially if this area is refurbished, it might be a place for people to go, or for people to turn out of the stadium and go in and whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so the quality really matters, so.
Oh, there must be over 1,000 residents down in the Holly Ridge, Overlook Point, that whole development area.
Yep.
And I walk up to the Stadium Plaza, you know, for pizza, and now there are actually several other food establishments and stuff like that. So I think people would walk there even more often if there were good pedestrian environment there.
Yeah. It's good for business, I think.
Yeah. Okay, well, I think we're going to need to move on to the other items on the agenda. So I don't know if you had any other questions you wanted to ask of us.
Just a request that we can have, I think we've already had authorization for our consultants to speak with the town's consultants, but I think we've already done that. But if you could also authorize the circulation of the notice of intent to declare lead agency, that way we can keep the ball rolling. I know we've been here 6 meetings. You guys are going to get tired of us pretty soon probably, so we do want to keep the ball rolling. We'd love to have a public hearing so we could hear from the public as well, but I also don't want to mess with the town's procedures and stuff. So step 1 being the circulation, and if you'd like to have a public hearing next month, we are definitely open to that.
No.
Might be premature, yeah.
Let's go back to the circulation for lead agency. I don't believe we should or can do that without classifying the action under seeker first. I think that's the first step for the seeker process to really begin, which then simultaneously we would normally do a lead agency intent.
To that extent, Mr. Chairman, I don't believe there's anything in SECRA that prevents you from circulating the notice without classifying it. As I said, the review will be the same. The classification just matters for what notices are sent out at the end, and I'd love to hear from Dominic on this point.
Yes, I would too.
Yeah.
And again, I think in Liz's memo, she's indicated a number of things that will have to be revised and updated in the EAF, which we would want to circulate to the...
It would, yeah.
So,
I guess I should say conditioned on us addressing and our consultant speaking to address the EAF comments, most of which can be ticked off. There's nothing, all the substantive comments, we're not looking to skirt away from those. We will definitely address those.
No, I understand, but Dominic, could you respond to the basic question of classification versus circulation of lead agency notice?
Yeah, I mean, the circulation of lead agency notice would include the classification, so it's important to do that. You know, it seems that there are some outstanding clarifications that the applicant can make to make it clear that this is in fact a type 1 action, although by all accounts it seems that it actually is a type 1 action. I would also advise the board that the SECRA regulations are very clear that circulation for lead agency is supposed to happen early in the process. And as the applicant's counsel just noted, I mean, they have been appearing before the board for a number of months. So I think you know, the board has a couple options. One is that you could wait for them to resubmit, but you could also alternatively, you could authorize that the circulation for lead agency occur once the clarifications are made between the applicant and Ms. Axelson. so that they wouldn't have to wait a month in order for, this circulation from the agency is an important procedural step, but it is just that. It's just a procedural step to tell the rest of the world that you intend to be lead agency for this review and start getting comments in from the other agencies.
And I'm just going to chime in and say I'd rather that the board tell the rest of the world when they have more of the information that they need in the EAF.
Yeah.
And, on the plans too. So I don't, see the need to do it this month, but I would urge that a lot more comments be addressed and, really informative submittal, I-dotting and T-crossing would be really helpful, and maybe aim for that to happen next month.
Yes.
That would be my recommendation.
And to that extent, certainly, as I said, the substantive comments are going to be part of the planning board's review. We're not skirting away from those. A lot of the EAF comments are clarifications that, it could be one phone call or a couple hours to address these things, and we would respectfully ask that, to the extent that some of those comments are easily addressable, whether it's adjusting some numbers or whatever, to not have us come back a month later when we can condition it on, if it's done in 2 weeks, for example, we could get that process going and get the ball rolling for the town as well, and see this property developed and have the public eventually give their input and try to, move this along a little bit.
Yeah, I don't see how we can do that without being able to have the information to classify the action initially. And, part of that is because, based on the board's discussions with the applicant and the applicant's willingness to go back and look at, variations of the plan, it's been taking a while, and I wouldn't put the blame on the planning board.
By no means are we
It's
doing
a
that.
collaborative process. And so I really believe that, and in my experience as a planner working with seeker for a long time also, you don't circulate for lead agency without having classified the action, and I just would not recommend to the board to do that.
Yeah, and if I can just quickly go through the progression, there was one really major submittal in the beginning, and then we did, I think it was a June 6 memo, and then, necessarily there were a series of conceptual submittals, which is very helpful, I think, for the board and the applicant to have all that feedback. This submittal that just came was more substantial. So starting to address the more detailed comments. Even if we have offline consultation, well, I'm aware of things that you're going to do or going to put on your plans or in your materials, but I'm the consultant. And so my recommendation is, let's get it to the board so they have all that information already on the record. And my next memo maybe will be nice and short.
I hope so.
That would be my hope.
And I think we have already authorized the communication between
Yes,
the
that's fine.
consultants. So
That's
please continue that. And, let's get a submission in for the next meeting, which will allow us to move forward with all these things.
It's duly noted. Thank you. I appreciate the time again. Nice to see everybody. We'll see everyone in a month.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
And I want to clarify, by no means am I putting any blame on anyone here. I know it's a very collaborative process.
No, I just like things to be out in the open. Okay. All right. So the next item on the agenda is Johnson Trails. Thank you, Liz, for all your help.
Yep.
Johnson Trails
Thank
5
you,
lot subdivision.
Planning Board.
Board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on August 30th, 2023, draft resolution of readoption of preliminary approval, and to consider its adoption. So welcome back.
Good evening, Albert Roberts for the applicant. We have, or at least I have, and my clients have read the draft resolution prepared by Mr. Cardisco. We have no issues with it, and we urge its adoption so we can proceed with the health department. We have been having issues with the health department getting the permit. Apparently, there has been some personnel turnover there, and we just got notified that the gentleman in charge would be out for an additional week. but this will go a long way to getting the well test done.
Let's see. So, yes, we do have a draft resolution to take a look at in a minute. The other thing I wanted to do, hopefully fairly quickly, is to discuss the draft declaration of protective covenants regarding tree preservation in particular. So I did take a look at that and hope that the rest of the board had a chance to look at it, but I actually have a number of comments and concerns about it that I wanted to kind of briefly go over now, but I know we don't have time tonight to really talk about them in detail, but just to...
Can I just make a comment on that?
Sure.
I had asked Mr. Cardisco for some guidelines, and he said there were none. I was subsequently advised by the supervisor, confirmed by the attorney to the town board, that the town board had not adopted the local law authorizing a tree preservation covenant, and he didn't expect it to apply to this. Notwithstanding that, we have offered that, and we just want to get this thing moving off a dead center.
Yeah, so I think to help it get off a dead center, I have some suggestions. And this is not based on the predicate that the tree preservation law has been adopted by the town board, because I know it hasn't, and I've been working on that law with a couple of the town board members, so I know exactly what's going to be...
I'm only telling you what I was told.
Yeah, well, I'm telling you what I know, and the town board will be discussing that, but this has nothing to do with that law per se. It has to do with the planning board's rights and duties under the current subdivision chapter in the code, whatever that number is, and Debbie walks out conveniently, but anyway, you know what it is. I forget what the number is for the subdivision review. But it certainly gives the planning board authorization to look at tree preservation as an issue during subdivision review. So I don't think there's any question that we have the authority to work with an applicant on this, and the applicant had earlier indicated agreement to put something together that would preserve the trees that are in that preservation area.
I want to make that clear.
So I'm telling you, if you'll listen to me, what I think needs to be changed in the declaration of covenants that was submitted, and we'll need to have our attorney take a look at this and comment on it. But I think there are a number of problems with it. So I don't want to go through them all, but here are some examples. So on page 2, in the second whereas, trees in preservation areas may only be removed upon approval of the Town of Fishkill Planning Board would be my word, not zoning administrator. I don't think the zoning administrator would be the appropriate authority to be involved in this. Page 3, section 3.1, again, trees may be removed or cut down upon written permission of the Town of Fishkill Planning Board, not zoning administrator or code enforcement officer. I also think there are some problems with page 3, section 3.11, talking about outdoor recreation facilities listed in there that could be allowed going through some process, and some of those I think are just not consistent with what the idea of the tree preservation area would be, and so I'm recommending deleting that whole section 3.11 for things like swimming pools and tennis courts, hard recreational facilities that virtually will cut down a lot of trees. That's not what the tree preservation efforts are for. Again, page 4, section 2.2 has a reference to approval for removal of any trees within the tree preservation area. Property owner shall submit a plan to the Town of Fishkill zoning administrator or code enforcement officer. I don't think that's appropriate. It should be the planning board. Well, anyway, so there are some other things too, but those are kind of some of the key points that I think really need to be looked at. And I think you had previously indicated that you had received authorization, or that our attorney has received authorization to communicate with the applicant's attorney to try to get that protective covenant regarding tree preservation in order. Let's see. There are a couple other, actually, things that, for instance, the page 7, section 18 talks about what is this? The declarant having the authority to modify the preservation agreements or waive any of the covenants. I don't know, I don't see how that would be helpful in terms of long-term preservation of trees in the preservation area.
Can I address that one particular issue, sir?
Sure.
That wasn't directed at the tree preservation covenant, so we can clarify that. And quite frankly, some of your other comments, I'm certain I can work out with Mr. Cardisco. They're not
So
good.
that's what I was going to suggest, that not to get like direct feedback from Dominic at this point, but to further or reauthorize your communications.
Yes, I'm glad to do it, and your comments are well taken, and we will address them.
The other thing to think about, and that, and Dominic, you can, don't weigh in now, but think about it, is whether perhaps these kinds of tree preservation efforts might be in some other form, like some kind of a conservation easement or something like that. I don't know, because then there would have to be a holder of the easement, which could be the town board if they'd be willing to, but again, it's just something to think about. It just seems like some of these covenant approaches seem like a strange way to do it, but anyway, I think that's something we'd like to hear back from you about after some discussions with the applicant's attorney. So, having said that, I know that we do have a resolution, so why don't we go through that?
Mr. Chairman, in the interest of time, this is a reapproval of the Johnson Trails preliminary subdivision approval. It sets forth the exact same statement of facts that was in the prior preliminary approval resolution, with the also explanation of why it's being requested at this time. The conditions are all identical, with the exception that the provision regarding the tree preservation plan on page 4 of 5, condition number 7, now has an additional clarification that the applicant shall not remove any trees within the tree preservation area during the pendency of this application, just to make sure that before the tree preservation area is formally and legally restricted, that nothing is occurring within that area in the interim. And other than that, it's almost identical to the prior resolution. So in the interest of time, suggest that the board consider the adoption of the reapproval of the preliminary subdivision for Johnson Trails.
All right, any questions from board members?
No.
On any of it?
No.
All right, do we have a motion to adopt the resolution of preliminary subdivision reapproval for the Johnson Trails 5-lot subdivision as discussed tonight, and authorize the chair to sign it?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Felix, seconded by Anthony. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 7-0.
Thank you. We'll work this out. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, next on the agenda is Continental Commons Site Development Plan, Special Use Permit, and Subdivision. Forward to review the submission made by the applicant's representative on August 30th, 2023. Welcome back.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, David Cooper, partner with the law firm of Zarin and Steinmetz, here representing the applicant, pursuing final site plan and lot line adjustment approval. With me tonight is Walter Kubau from Labella, the project engineer, as well as Anthony Scotti, Custom Construction, the project contractor with respect to the tree removal, and Dominic Broccoli, the applicant. There are only a few outstanding items remaining. When the last we were before your board, it was 4 items. We were sent back to do our homework on those 4 items. We have an update on all 4, and in substance, or some substance, believe that each has been satisfied, and so we are asking the board tonight to direct staff to prepare a resolution of approval for the next meeting. With respect to tree removal, we did provide the chipping plans and specifications to the board as requested. We are seeking the planning board's okay tonight to undertake the tree removal. That can occur probably as early as next week if we get the okay tonight. With respect to the revised burial area easement, we included the language that your board asked us to include with respect to structures as well as timing of recording. That was also accepted by the FHA, so it would be the party that would be in privity. With respect to the other easements and documents for the planning board attorney's review, we did provide those earlier on in the month, and my understanding is that Mr. Cordisco has reviewed. He did provide us with comments on, limited comments on the amended restrictive covenant, which we did incorporate into that document and then resubmitted. So I believe, and obviously it's Mr. Cordisco's call, but I believe that we have addressed all of those comments.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So then the last piece was the DOH sign-off on the water and sewer connections. We received a letter, and I have 15 copies with me if the board members would like it. We received it on September 5th, 2023, so unfortunately it was after the submission deadline, so I can't submit them under your rules until, for next week. But the technical review of the plans has been completed. The DOH requested 2 notes and a signature on the plans. We did update the plans, and that's why Walter is here to answer any questions you have about those, the comments, but the applicant did update the plans and sign the plans and resubmitted those to the DOH. The remaining comment from the DOH was that the water and sewer easement, which is an easement between the applicant and the DOH to get on for the water meter, if they ever need to inspect or maintain, they want those to be filed before they will turn on the taps, before they'll actually allow the hookup. Those easements are ready. We already provided them to them. They just won't be recorded until obviously approvals have been obtained. So, once approvals are obtained, we can record those documents. So, with all that, we would ask that the planning board deem all of those conditions complete so that you could direct your consultants to prepare a resolution of approval for the next meeting.
All right. First of all, any questions from board members, and especially about the tree removal plan that was submitted? I took a look at that, and it looks quite good to me. But I wanted to see if there were any other comments on that from board members.
No additional comments.
Well, why don't we do a motion on that, because I think we could do that very easily. To ask John Bodendorf, first of all, if you have any other thoughts or suggestions about the tree chipping and removal plan.
No, we looked at what was submitted, and it appeared to be a reasonable plan. I didn't provide any comments on it.
Yeah, right. All right, so is there a motion from the board to authorize and direct the applicant to proceed with the chipping and removal of the felled trees from the Continental Commons site as soon as possible, based on the methods and procedures in the Continental Commons chipping plan and chipping path exhibit submitted to the town on August 30th, 2023? Fred moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob seconds it. Is there any further discussion on that?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so that's done. I know the submission deadline for materials passed, but if you have the copies, could you please hand them out to the board and also give a copy to Debbie Colonna, and at least we'll be able to see what it says, and
You can hand them, absolutely. If the chairman says hand them
I
out.
authorize the handoff.
Thank you, sir.
I'll go back to the mic in a second, this is the,
Yeah.
this is the
Thank you.
letter that happened, and then we respond, but we can give you the responses next.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe if you don't mind, just again, reiterate the key points of the Health Department's
Yeah.
letter.
So the technical review has been completed, and I believe it was comments 1 and 4 ask for notes on the plans, and then comment number 3 is asking for the owner's signature on the final plans. So 1, 4, and 3 have been updated and have been being resubmitted from DOH, that was, when was it resubmitted? Tuesday. So it's, understandably, we haven't got a letter back, but we assume we will. Number 2 asks that the water and sewer easements be filed before they'll authorize the sewer and water use. And so we will file those easements, obviously, when there's an approval, because that's when you can burden your property, because you know that the water meter is going to go in. So.
So I know this is new to all of us, but I guess I want to look over to, first, Mr. Bodendorf to just give us some input on how far along through County Health Department approval you would consider this to be.
Based on this letter, they're essentially there. I mean, it is really just adding a couple notes and stating that they are going to file the easements at the appropriate time. So these are very simple comments to address.
And Dominic, if we were to authorize you to prepare a draft resolution for the October 12th meeting, and we found anything else out about the Health Department approvals that might, let's say, adversely affect or moving ahead with adopting the resolution, or hear from any other places. I know we've talked about this before, but the fact that we're authorizing you to prepare a draft resolution doesn't mean that we have to accept and approve it.
Absolutely correct.
Well, what do the board members think about that?
I'd support that.
Yep, I think we should move it forward, Mr. Chairman.
All right. So would somebody like to make a motion to authorize the planning board attorney to prepare a draft resolution of conditional final approval for the Continental Commons proposal for the October 12th meeting?
So moved.
Felix moves it. Is there a second?
I second.
Ravi seconds it. Any further discussion?
No.
All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay.
I was fast.
All right.
Wait, was the...
Well, It wasn't too fast for you? I mean-
No, yeah. That's it.
Careful what you say.
Right. The only other question, the October 12th, is that also the night of that scoping hearing that was scheduled?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
So I guess
That comes first.
we'll certainly have a quorum, but I guess we're going to be after that?
Yes, it has the, scoping starts at 7.
7? Okay. So as long as there's still a quorum, you guys don't
It'll be done by 11.
go away after
No, no.
a 2-hour hearing?
We've had a quorum all evening tonight,
Okay.
and they're still here.
Good, and we'll see you then.
And we may be here till 11 o'clock.
Debbie, will we get a soft copy of this?
I don't need that, you can keep it.
No, but will you send a soft copy?
I normally don't do that.
Okay.
If you have a hard copy.
I usually like to have a soft copy as well.
Yeah, you could, I mean, if it's not too much
Next
trouble.
week to-
Yeah, next week to
Yeah, I'll send you
stamp it in, and then
Yes,
send
yes,
send an image of
Yes,
it.
of course.
Yeah.
Adobe.
Thank you, Debbie.
You're welcome. Yeah.
Adobe it.
No, not. I don't like it.
All right.
There you go.
Next item on the agenda is Healy Hyundai DKH Realty LLC amendment to site development plan and re-subdivision lot line revisions. Board to review submission made by the applicant's representative on August 30th, 2023. Welcome. And why don't you just briefly describe the recent submission from August 30th and what information was in there?
Good evening. Obviously, Matt from ADI here representing Healy Hyundai. Unfortunately, Mark, Mr. Day, and Mrs. Jacobowitz couldn't make it tonight, so we're here. And there was a few items that needed to be addressed on Mr. Bodendorf's comment memo from prior, which were done in the submission, and we've received the current memo, which have two items on that. Nothing has changed. Obviously, we know the items that we needed to formalize on the previous submission, which were changes in the project. So that's where we stand right this second.
All right. John, let me ask you to briefly review CPL's memo, and I think it is a brief memo, so you can definitely be brief.
These are actually carryover comments. We had identified that it appears that an easement from Lot 3 in favor of Lot 4 for driveway access should be provided, and they responded that they will be providing that. Similarly, the utilities were to be reviewed and approved by KMO, and they responded by saying that that should be, or that is pending, or the plans have gone to them, correct?
Yes, yep. I actually spoke to Mr. Trempner today just to confirm basically what I was to advise, right, of the answer to that. So he had said, Matt, in the next few days, we'll get you a blessing. We've met on site, we've been through it. He says he has no problem with it, but do I have a formal document per se to give to you tonight? No. We're in the submission, as well as the easement. Both the surveyor and Mrs. Jacobowitz are doing their narrative, if you will, on that, so that'll be completed.
Mm-hmm. And also, John, I noticed in what your memo didn't have, which is addressing the engineering design and inspection report for the retaining wall, so I just wanted to make sure that you're confirming that you're satisfied with those reports.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, any questions or comments from board members?
No.
No.
Or anything from you, Dominic?
No, sir.
All right. So let's see. I will just note that a revised lighting plan, sheet LP2, was also submitted with the applicant's materials, and I think that addressed the comments that we had made previously. It was basically just correcting the lighting data on that sheet.
Correct.
So, If board members are satisfied with the documentation about the retaining wall modifications and the other site plan details that have been submitted, and also there's the information on the re-subdivision and lot line realignments proposed by the applicant, would the board be amenable to requesting that our planning board attorney draft separate resolutions for, one, the amended site development plan for Healy Hyundai car dealership, and two, for the proposed re-subdivision lot line realignments for the parcels owned by Healy Hyundai DKH Realty LLC for the planning board's consideration at the October 12th meeting. And before I get a motion, I just wanted to check with Dominic and John to see if that would be appropriate at this point.
Yes, and in fact, I believe it was discussed but not authorized at last month's meeting.
I agree.
All right. All right, so is there a motion to that effect?
We need two motions, we're doing it in one shot.
We could do it in one shot.
All right,
but it
one
could-
shot.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
go.
for both the amended site development plan and for the re-subdivision lot line
So I'll
realignments.
move those.
Okay, Felix moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob?
And just before you vote, if I may, just to clarify, for the site development plan, this would both be, this is an amendment, but this would be
Yeah.
both preliminary and conditional final, I would assume, but I want to make sure that that's in line with what the board's expectations are.
Yeah, I guess it would, yeah, it would be preliminary and conditional final approval for the amended site development plan, something like that.
Yes.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so that passes 7-0.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
And hopefully won't be too much longer. Thanks again.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next item on the agenda, Appalachian View 4-lot subdivision, board to review the submission made by the applicant's representative on August 30th, 2023. Welcome, Mr. Burns, welcome back.
Good evening.
So if you could just give us an update on the revised layout that you put together for the subdivision?
So at the last meeting, we discussed, there was a lot of discussion about the trees in the back, the pine trees. And at the time, it was Lot 4 that was back in that area. And there was a letter from one of the neighbors about the trees and about the screening. So what we've done at this time is I've actually revised the layout in order to bring the common driveway away from the edge of the property, away from the northern edge, and we've also brought it to the center of the property, made it shortened it, and also brought the lot from the back of the property up onto the hill with the other lots. It required a little bit of work with the wells and septic layouts, but I think that we came up with something that works. As you can see now, the common driveway entrance is still the same, but the common driveway is through the center of the property, back to the back where it serves the 3 lots, and there's still one lot up at the front of the property. The evergreens in the back, although we took a lot of the disturbance out of the evergreens, there's still a little bit of proposed, but now it's on the east side of the pond. There's just a well in this area that's where I was able to relocate the proposed well to be able to make the 4-lot layout work. So essentially, Lot 1 stayed very similar to what it was. Lot 2, I believe, moved about 25 feet to the northwest, because I took the the 25-foot access strip to what was formerly Lot 3 and flop that onto the other side of the lot, next to Lot 1. And so now there's just a 50-foot long strip back to Lot 4, and that's also where the existing well is and will be used for Lot 4. This plan preserves all the buffer trees and everything associated with, you know, the evergreens in the back, and also along both property lines, because I also took the Lot 1 driveway and brought it more towards the west, and on the other side of the garage where it was in this area through here. We're just
Having 3 other lots going off the common driveway and 1 lot on its own.
There's 4 lots coming off.
All 4 lots are off the common
Yes.
driveway? So why do you need that big strip to the road? On the north side of the map?
On the northwest side, this strip right here,
Yeah. Why do you
that's
need
the frontage for
That's
the
the
rear
frontage.
Lot 4.
It's like a flag lot.
It's a flag lot, and there's also a
Yeah,
well.
but that's what I'm asking. Is that going to be a flag lot, but the road's going to be on that flag lot?
No road on it, it's just for frontage.
He has to show that lot has frontage on the road, but he's not using it for the driveway.
The driveway is through a common driveway easement that will be over, the common driveway easement is on lots 1 and 3, I believe.
Now, have you flagged that yet?
Excuse me?
Is it flagged at all?
I did not flag the driveway locations. The driveway location is actually just to the west of the west side of the existing driveway. And it goes just on the west side of the existing garage to remain as well.
All right. I do want to ask another question. I was going to ask John to go through his memo, but if you have any questions now, go.
Because he made some changes, so
Okay. All right, John, do you want to go through your memo?
Sure. A lot of these comments are carryovers, but we do agree that the revised location of the driveway does preserve a lot of the screening, so we appreciate that change. But given that change, a lot of other things are going to have to change. There's a lot of information we did not receive, such as a full grading plan, revised SWIP, we still need that. So I think they're on the right track with this layout. It's just there's a lot of information still missing.
I didn't want to go through and do everything and then come here and say that, you know, find out that basically it was all a waste of time because you didn't like the layout that I'm proposing now.
Yeah, I think you were kind of calling this a sketch plan layout or something
Yes.
like that. Yeah, so.
You know, it was my intention to give you guys something to review a little bit so that before we got too involved in doing all the stormwater and grading and profiles for all the driveways and everything. But by keeping the houses up on the hill, we keep the driveway up on the top of the hill as well. So now there's no reason for a driveway culvert like you know, like what Lot 4 was probably going to have. And like I stated before, we're staying out of the pine trees. we did look into the, I took a long walk on the site and looked through a lot of the stuff, you know, took an inventory of what the trees were. We also had an arborist come and visit the site, and the pine trees are actually not very healthy, and are probably, they're probably going to be dying soon with, I believe, needle drop. I do have a letter that I could give with my next submission that basically states that they're too close together, and there's quite a bit of disease in there. There's also a lot of vines and stuff that are choking out the trees that the ones that already haven't been choked out. Something else that we found that might be of interest is in one of the garages, the neighbor found this pieced together picture that I couldn't exactly reproduce very good, but it's actually a panoramic picture taken from the top of the hill, looking down the hill from 1977, that shows that there were, I think, like 3 of those pine trees down there at the time. This is actually the area of the pine trees right there.
Were they at the top of the hill or at the bottom of the hill?
They're at the bottom of the hill.
Bottom of the hill, near the pond?
Excuse me?
Near the pond?
Yes, all around the pond. From the back stone wall up to this scalloped line right here, that's all the evergreen trees. And they're I don't know why they were planted, but they're planted in rows. I don't know whether they were for Christmas trees or whether they were for whether they were for screening. I really don't know, but they were definitely were planted with a purpose.
Any questions from board members regarding the revised layout? Again, realizing this is kind of a conceptual thing that they want to get our feedback on.
Yeah, I mean, would you be proposing any trees or screening, like new trees or screening between the homes? I mean, the 3 in the back are kind of clustered, somewhat close.
We could propose trees to, you know, just to break it up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, something to think about, yeah.
I have a question about the driveway first. Seems like I can see the main driveway going down that's shared, but there's some of these driveways that are not shared that go from one lot to another lot. How are you dealing with that?
In a driveway easement.
Okay.
There's this line right here.
There are a couple of them, right?
Would be-
There's one going from 4 to 3, and then lot 2 to lot 3. It just, I worry about whether, you know, because that's somebody's driveway. What if it's in disrepair and part of it's in the other person's quote-unquote lot? How do they handle that? You know, I'm not saying we have to answer that now, it's just something to think about. Because usually, your own personal driveway is gonna be in your lot, and then you kind of feed into the main driveway. But it seems like some of these cross over. Something that I think can be a concern at some point. If there's a problem, basically, if there's the problem on your quote-unquote driveway, and it's on somebody else's property, and what if that person doesn't want to, you know, you don't fix it, or, I feel there could be issues. Right?
There'll be a common driveway easement, and along with that easement, there'll be a maintenance agreement,
Okay.
so that the property can be maintained and the cost could be, you know, divvied out accordingly.
And it seems like 3 of these lots are like, they all look like flag lots, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, there's only one of them that actually has real frontage to the, to Smithtown. The other ones all like flag in somehow. I don't know.
The layout, as far as the lots being flag lots, is very similar to what it was before, except the other flagpole for Lot 3 was actually on this side of Lot 2, right through here. So there was actually 75 feet from the stone wall to Lot 2. Now there's 50.
And the last thing I just want to say, I was out there today. I guess we really have to pay attention to the sight distance, you know, for people, because it seemed like the road's not that fast. People weren't zipping by. I mean, when I was there.
Hey, I live right there.
Okay, so you know better than I. I was going to ask if people know, but when I was there, it didn't seem that bad, but I was looking and going, geez, this is kind of, it's right down the curve, right?
Yes.
And it's not, yeah. And that's next to where the existing.
It's right along the edge of the existing driveway.
Yeah, and I looked at that one, that's tough.
It's the high spot of the road. It's the best place along the frontage. No matter what happens on this property, that's where the driveway would most likely be.
Okay.
It's not so bad, the sight distance to the left. It's the sight distance to the right. But the right people are coming up a fairly steep incline.
Yeah.
And looking right at the driveway.
Hopefully on the other side.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, just, that's what I looked at, that's all.
You know, we could probably make it a little, they've recently added a lot of the guide rail on the Cedar Hill side of the driveway there, or in the property. We could certainly put some signage there where, once the driveway has been relocated, we can, you know, make sure that it's visible that the old driveway is, because right now it's just, you kind of come up that hill and it's blank space, you don't see anything.
Yeah.
So
arrows there directing the traffic.
we could pull those arrows over a little bit, is what I'm getting at.
I don't know if that would work. They're in a good spot right now so everybody can see them.
Yeah, I agree with the question about sight distance and visibility at that driveway. It's something we've talked about before, but it really we need to figure out a way to make it better in some way if it's possible. But that does lead me to bring up again what we've talked about before, which is the town's aquifer protection overlay zone, that this site appears to be subject to the special regulations where there is no public water or sewer proposed. The subdivision would be subject to a maximum residential density of 1 dwelling unit per 120,000 square feet, which is 1 dwelling unit per 2.75 acres. So that provision could reduce the lots from 4 to 3, as we've talked about before. So the planning board can issue a special use permit subject to certain findings to accommodate 4 lots, but I don't know, it might be difficult in this case to do that with the additional factor of the limited sight distance and visibility for this site. I still am kind of on the fence, I guess you would say, with 4 lots. And with the other, issues that have been raised, I really think it might be appropriate to come back with another revised layout with the 3 lots that I'm suggesting.
But that wouldn't change the driveway.
It wouldn't change the driveway, but it would change the number of houses and cars served by the driveway.
Yeah. You're only talking approximately probably 3 cars.
You have to come to the mic, sir.
I know.
We'd only probably be talking approximately 3 extra cars on that, so it's not like it's a big traffic issue. And on that hill, most of the cars do slow up significantly from both sides because everybody knows that particular area.
Well, it's just yet another consideration the planning board will have to think about. If we are going to be looking at a 4-lot subdivision, we're going to have to go through that special use permit process, most likely, to make findings that would allow us to accommodate that. So since this is at a sort of back at the sketch plan stage, this is kind of the time to talk about whether it should go down to a 3-lot subdivision, which is what, under the Aquifer Protection Overlay Zone, you would have, by right to be able to do it. Any other thoughts on that or other things by board members?
That regulation was thought out for a reason, so I mean, and recently, right? I mean, this is not a law, this is not something that the town board put together, 30 years ago. This is very recent.
Yeah, I think it was adopted in 2021, maybe?
So,
Yes.
I'm not sure why we would fly in the face of that by allowing a 4th lot.
So, I mean, we're going to all need to take a serious look at that town aquifer protection overlay zone, and while you're working on, sketch plans, before you get into a lot of detail, it would be prudent to see if you might be able to work out a 3-lot versus a 4-lot subdivision there. I mean, I know you can, because you've already done the work to put 4 lots in, so it would be pretty easy to change it to a 3-lot subdivision with less concerns with the access easements and all that. But
The same concerns are going to be there for the access, no matter how many lots are there, whether it's 1 lot or 3 lots.
well, I know, but by right, you could do a 3-lot subdivision. By special use permit, it would take planning board special authorization to do a 4-lot subdivision. So I'm just bringing up the possibility that that might be difficult for the board to do.
It's noted.
So it's kind of up to you to go through, a detailed process with addressing all the CPL's comments for a 4-lot subdivision that might not be approvable, or see if you can come up with, a reasonable 3-lot subdivision that wouldn't require that type of consideration by the planning board.
I will talk to my client about that.
Okay.
Or try and hook into the water.
I don't think that any of that is feasible.
Even if he could hook into the water, and let's not start a conversation about that, we had that at the last meeting, the applicant would still need both sewer and water in order to avoid the aquifer protection overlay restrictions.
Yeah, but they're both available, right? Because you had approved subdivision on that property once before for 7 or 9 lots.
They never extended the district.
No, they did not.
Well, we could look into that, I guess.
It's town board.
Yeah, I mean, at what cost that would involve, I have no idea, but you probably have a better idea of that than I would.
Yeah, it's a...
We
And-
thought the 4-lot would be a simpler solution than the 9-lot that was there prior.
Yeah, definitely. But again, a 3-lot would be even simpler.
The economics of the 3 lots is what kills it.
And I understand that, but at the same time, like I said, the town board went through the process to come up with an aquifer protection.
Yeah, but that's why you have the opportunity to make, you guys can decide whether it be a 4 or not, because of the economic situation of building things the way they are.
I don't think that's how we would make this decision. I think there would have to be a reason to allow us to go in that direction, is my opinion, but I mean, we can save that discussion for later, but,
I believe that economics is one part of it. There's 2 or 3 other bullet points, though.
Yeah, there are actually, I'm looking at it right now, there are 3 special use permit conditions that the planning board would have to indicate are satisfied. One is that the aquifer protection restrictions are unreasonable as applied to a particular parcel. That might be difficult to demonstrate. The second one has to do with economic burden on the owner. The aquifer protection restrictions are an unreasonable economic burden upon the owner. That would probably have to be demonstrated with, actual cost information and things like that. And then, of course, the third one is granting of such special use permit with protective mitigation measures detailed on site plans and with the appropriate conditions attached will not result in pollution of groundwater. That's something that, could be demonstrated through technical and engineering means.
We could potentially, offer conservation easements in the area where the evergreen trees are in the wetland and that whole area to mitigate those measures, provide some infiltration, maybe infiltration behind some of the lots down in the lower area for our stormwater runoff and everything.
Mm-hmm. And then there's another section following those conditions with, says, when considering those standards for issuance of a special use permit, the planning board shall also consider the following facts. 1 being the use of the parcel, 2 being the natural topography of the parcel, and 3 being whether the restricted activity may be necessary to protect health and safety. So, anyway, those are the provisions.
I'll have a conversation with my clients.
Okay. Thank you, and thanks for coming in tonight.
You're welcome.
All right, so we have one final item. SKLJ Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit. Board to review the submission made by the applicant's representative on August 30th, 2023. So, why don't you give us a little update on that proposal?
What I've done with this proposal is I've outlined the rock outcropping area behind the front office building. Added some more trees for screening, especially from the road and also along the northerly property line. There's also I proposed a fence and some arborvitaes to fill in on the outside of the fence to kind of add to the buffering. I also, I've checked the site distances, and the site distances are actually good on this piece of property, and also included a bunch of photographs of not only the site but some of the views of the site as you're approaching it. Let's see. So that's the side of the existing garage. That's the front of the building that will be the office building. The back of the office building, what I'm looking for is, this is the building that will be rebuilt as a residential building. That's, this is actually the Route 9 side of it. This is if you're driving south on on Old State Road, there's a multifamily building to the right, and that vinyl fence is along our north property line right now that you're looking at there. This building in the background is actually the existing garage. And this is from the other direction. This is the office building, the building that's proposed as an office building up near the front of the road, and the property line is in this area right here. And I think there's a neighborhood. I think I also included a neighborhood map. These are the pictures. These are a carryover. And this is just a general overview map of the neighborhood. You know, as you can see, there's a big metal garage here. There's a lot of parking up on the parcel here to the north. This is splashdown, which is pretty much everything that you see in here when you're on the site currently. It might be a little bit quieter now that school's in session. But this is pretty much what I have for you. The comments were actually minimal. I tightened up the hours of operation with the note that the residential portion would in the EAF was going to be, you know, obviously that'll be a 24/7 operation. However, the storage operational operate. I believe that's supposed to be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
I was looking at 1 o'clock, I'm going, okay.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
And the only thing that is, you know, we provided the amount of parking that's required for the site. You know, including four spaces over for the office and in the residential portion with a bunch of spaces here. John had asked about possibly including 2 more spaces, and although there's room for 2 more spaces, I'm not sure that I'm not exactly sure that that's necessary. I don't think there's not going to be that many people entering the site and exiting the site.
Did we talk to you about the potential sidewalk?
No. A potential sidewalk?
Well, we could talk about it. I'm not sure if this particular stretch is addressed in the comprehensive plan as warranting or needing a sidewalk, because it doesn't really lead people...
It would go to nowhere.
It doesn't lead people walking to or from anything, really.
Well, I can tell you that people are walking on it all the time because they drive on it all the time. But, you know, I don't know where they're going.
Probably to splash down or...
I don't think anybody drives to Splashdown. I mean, everybody drives to Splashdown. I think no one walks.
Anyway, the other thing that I'm wondering about is the frontage of the site doesn't really look amenable to a sidewalk per se, with the way it's, you know, kind of an open entrance, and
there's currently in this area of Old State Road, the shoulder in front of this parcel is actually pretty good compared to other places along Old State Road. You know, the other places it's got a steep slope that comes right down to the edge of the pavement.
well, certainly something to think about. I'd want to hear from other board members before we pursue anything like that.
You said you're going to tear down the one building in the back or closest to Route 9?
they're not going to tear it down, they're going to renovate it. Most likely, we'll take the first floor framing off and reuse the existing foundation to reconstruct it.
And is it going to have its own septic on that one?
It'll reuse the existing septic that's there for it.
So you right now have 2 septics on the property, 2 wells?
No, it's shared between the front house and the front office building and that house have a shared well and sewage disposal system.
So it's going to be shared in the future?
Yes.
John, do you have anything else you wanted to highlight from your memo?
No, I think regarding the parking, where you're showing the 4 spaces, so that is the area that you envision would be used by the house and the office?
Yes.
And you don't anticipate the office needing more than 2?
No, I don't think that, and if the office needed more than 2, I think that they would, anybody that was coming to the office from the storage area, I would think would park in this area over by the garage.
Yeah. I mean, perhaps, just so that there aren't any issues in the future, just designate that area adjacent to those 4 spaces as, sort of land pick spots. That way, if something changes along the way and you find that the residential people are not able to park next to their place, then you could build out 2 more spaces without having to, it's already approved.
I can add that to the site plan.
Right. And then the only other thing, the grading around the garage, just check that because it looks like there could be a conflict with a couple of the contours, but.
I did look at that, and I have to disagree with that. That end of the garage will actually be a little bit out of the ground. So that contour doesn't have to extend around the backside of the building. It just has to, I'm not even to the right page.
All right. I mean, provide that in the response and we'll take another look at it.
Okay.
It's not a showstopper by any means.
It looks like John's memo indicates the planning board should look at those proposed hours of operation and see if we have any concerns with that. As long as the typo from 1 a.m. to 7 a.m.
Yeah.
That was John's typo, not.
Yeah, that's not mine.
That's not the applicant's typo.
Sorry about that. Didn't catch it.
I don't have any particular concerns with it. One thing I was going to bring up soon was I'd love to hear from the neighbors and residents about the proposal in general. So, we might want to start thinking about a public hearing at some point soon. Maybe tonight we could authorize one. I don't know. Sure. But let me get back to that.
One of the neighbors was in here earlier. The gentleman that's sitting up here with the curly hair lives right across the street, I believe.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit to the north, but he's right in that area. The property to the north is a multifamily that's been for sale for a few months now, and the property to the south is a commercial. I think it's a gym, Locomotive Fitness maybe or something.
Oh.
Those are people you see on the road, Paul.
Excuse me?
Those are probably the people you see on the road walking around.
Maybe.
Possibly.
One thing I was also going to mention is you have shown generally trees located on the plan for screening, but I think we're going to need a full landscaping plan with the planting schedule, with the details, the actual sizes and types of trees. I think John also mentioned in your memo about whether plantings along the northern property line would be adequate. Looking at the site plan, I'm not sure how much more planting you could actually do along there. There's parking right up against the boundary.
Most of that stuff is, the 6-foot vinyl fence that I showed in the pictures is right there that provides a lot of, it's a solid fence that you can't see anything through it.
Then there was also the question of whether, does that fence extend all the way along the north property boundary?
It extends to right there, right where our new fence picks up.
Okay, so then there's a new fence proposed from there along the rest of the northern...
This is proposed wood fencing
Okay.
that wraps around the outdoor storage area,
Right.
screening it from all sides.
So you're doing fencing and planting?
Fencing and planting along the north property line.
All right.
So that would be another thing I'd like to hear from the residents and the public about, whether, they think that that type of screening is adequate. So, well, there are a couple of things. So we talked about seeker at the June, I think it was June where you were last here.
Yes.
And so with the revised site plan confirming that the proposed storage addition to the garage is 4,400 square feet, that would definitely put this into an unlisted action category.
Yes.
So I guess one thing I wanted to check with Dominic and John about is whether the board should go ahead and classify this action as a unlisted.
Yes, and actually, John and I were just talking about that. We are not aware of any other involved agencies, so we don't think that the application would need to be circulated for lead agency.
Yeah, so we could do an uncoordinated review of that. So if the board agrees, could we have a motion to classify the proposed SKLJ site development plan and special use permit as an unlisted action and conduct an uncoordinated review pursuant to seeker?
So moved.
Anthony moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Felix seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 7-0. So I'll sort of look to Debbie for this one, but I think we're going to need a new GML referral.
You read my mind, I was just going to bring that up. They consider that incomplete, so
Yeah.
a full submission needs to be made so I can send it to them.
So I guess the question is, are they going to think it's complete if we send it to them at this point with, there were a few things.
I'm going to have to put a full package together.
Yeah.
We've updated I think that their big concern was the lighting, and I've updated both the lighting plan and the fixtures. The fixtures that are proposed now are all dark sky compliant fixtures, and I tried to keep them within their range of, I forget the acronym, but I tried to keep them within the range that they were looking for.
And then I think they will want to see a complete landscape plan with planting schedule.
What I was going to suggest is, I don't know if you've changed the application, but other than the application, anything else that's changed, I'm going to need a complete copy to send to them, hard copy as well as a PDF.
Okay.
They want both now. Well, they always have, actually.
But that could be done, without coming back to the board to do, just by
Absolutely.
submitting the necessary materials to Debbie so that she could refer them to the county.
Yes.
And I don't think we need a motion to do that. It's just part of the process that needs to be done.
Yep.
But getting back to what I was thinking before is, I'm not positive we're really ready for a public hearing yet, but I would like to hear from the public soon. So we could always schedule a public hearing for the October 12th meeting. And then we can always hold it open if there are either remaining details that need to be added to the plan such as additional screening or whatever it might be, and especially if we hear from the public, about something like screening, that might happen. But yeah, we could always hold it open till the following meeting if necessary. So I just wanted to see what our consultants thought, first of all, about doing that, scheduling a public hearing. And
I think it would be appropriate to at least open a public hearing at the next available meeting.
What do you think, Dominic? Does that sound reasonable?
Certainly.
All right, what does the board think?
Yes.
Yeah, I think there's enough description of what's being done here for the public to provide some good input.
What side?
Any objections over on this side? Or let's do it this way. Is there a motion to schedule a public hearing on the SKLJ Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit for the October 12th, 2023 meeting at 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible, realizing that we do have a public scoping session that evening, which could take a while. That depends, but still, I mean, as soon thereafter may mean 7:05. 7:05, 7:20, 7:30. Anyway, that's if we can get a motion to that effect.
Sure, I'll make that motion.
All right, Felix moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Was that Bob seconding it?
Bob, yeah.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That carries 7-0. And a public hearing sign, probably just one sign at the entrance to the site on Old Route 9.
Yeah, I guess, that's.
It's not like there's a huge frontage involved.
In front of the office building area there?
Yeah.
Unless you want to put it on Route 9 itself.
Yeah, I don't think.
Everybody,
Can't do
that'll
that.
confuse everybody.
I don't think that
Nice try,
would work. Okay.
Actually, that would be in a big hole, I think. I think there's a big culvert right there.
Or you could put it halfway up the hill.
All right, so I think we're all set with that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Steve, I'll
thank
get you
you.
the packet next week, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
So that does it for agenda items. Anyone want to bring up anything else of interest? Or does anyone want to make a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
And I'll second.
Anthony moves it, Felix seconds it, all in favor? Aye. Okay, yeah, this is one of the earliest meetings we've had lately.
We vetted somehow. I didn't think.